Hey everyone. Good morning. Happy Sunday. Happy birthday, Healing Time. Christine, Batgirl, Kendra, Julie's, Jill. Good morning. Rondi. I know Pamela. I agree. Hey Lacey Ann. Chris. Go Bulldogs. Good morning. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Feel like it went by too quickly, but they always do. So I didn't watch it yet, but it came up and I seen a lot of people feeling different ways about it. So I figured we would go ahead and watch it together, where apparently Chris Proudfoot goes on a panel to originally confront Seth's private investigators, and then Seth himself ends up coming up. And it's unfortunate that this entire situation continues to be played out over social media instead of in private. But at the same time, I guess it's also kind of a good thing. We get an idea of what's going on, where everybody stands, and it is the opportunity to kind of get rid of some rumors that are taking place, right? Hey, Catherine. Hey, Izzy. Hey, Windy City. Sunflower Girl. Good morning, Billy Sunday. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at what was going on, um, how it played out, that whole thing. Hey, Freeside. Did anybody in here watch it? Good morning, RC. It's been a while. Hey, Lori. Hey, Elisa. Did anybody happen to watch it while it was live or catch the replay? Or I didn't, but good morning, Lindsay. Oh, you did, Lacey Ann. Okay, interesting. It was disgusting, yeah. Hey, Big Al. I'm glad you're reviewing this. I tried to listen to some of this and was back and forth on my thoughts. I feel like that's how it's going to be. Hey, Trish. Good morning, Colleen. Hey, Miss L. Punky. It was that bad, Kendra? Yikes. Hey, Jay. You watched it? What did you think? Sherman, sorry, Shermfire. Okay, let's 27 months back, girl. That is truly amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting me on here and off of here. It really means a lot to me. I was just watching some updates on TT when I got this notification. What was that? I mean, I guess I can assume who it was, but no. Hey, Pamela. Um, no, but several folks made their comments on lives last night. I did not watch them, as if one does not approve of the original live, everyone covering does not make it better. That's a fair point. Heard about it late last night, was going to check it out this morning. I'm glad you're covering it. Thank you. Hey, Just the Mom. Hey, Ginger. Christy A. Good morning. Okay, so let's check it out. Yeah, we can assume we know what Big Al's talking about. I love it. I love Brittany and her delusions, is what I can consider them. What I find also ironic is Brittany wants to point out, like, oh, Granny, you're having a problem with this person, this, and they're all dirty people that you've also had a problem with, right? Like the same people that just rotate who their target is. Just continuous, hate bonding, shadiness. It's just they're all gross. They're gross people. So yes, I rather have those type of gross people that use fake certificates to take people's channels down and contact CPS and all those things on people. I if they don't like me, that means I'm doing something right. Okay? All right. Hey, Forever Army. All the monkeys throwing poo. Facts. That's what I saw. I saw heels. All right, so let's check it out. What I don't understand is I thought that PIs, like private PIs, were supposed to be private. Why is it? And I know that doesn't mean like actually private, but why is it that these PIs, the moment they were hired, they sought out panels to go on. Put a 1 in the chat if anybody else thinks that's just a little like telling, if you will. I think it says a lot, and that's, in my opinion, it says a lot. I'm wondering if anybody else agrees with me that that's just a little weird. Hey, Granny. Jujube, you're okay. So you're with me. All right. Jill, go Bulldogs, True Texan, Big Al, Ginger, Baton, Catherine. Okay, so I'm not alone. All right. 666. Oh, it's just there's something I don't like about it, but I feel like that's kind of like the name of the game in 2024, right? You know what I mean, Rainey? It's like it is about attention, right? It seems more about PR, not PI, right? When I get named from chatting on a tragedy leeches live stream, that means that I'm doing something right. That's right, Thor. Don't let them tell you any differently. Hey, Izzy, did I say hi to you? All right, so we're going to start this off because this was a long one. We're going to see how far we can get through.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to Web.
I do want to acknowledge that Web Sleuths always has very good guests on. But Web Sleuths doesn't do the whole drama thing, right? So she kind of gets underwashed, if you will, because she's very professional about it. I can only speak to one PI. That PI avoided the media. This was before social media. Okay, that's good. That's what I mean. Like, since social media, has it become normal to kind of like advertise yourself through these hirings? Good morning, no account. Then she's on camera and gets off when talking to a parent of missing child. I haven't watched it yet, Lacey. I guess I'll find out. That's what I thought, Ginger.
Web Sleuths, YouTube live. And normally we do Woo Woo Saturday night, which is ghost stories and such. But tonight, that is on hold because tonight we have a very, very special guest with us tonight. Our guest is Chloe. She is the private investigator for Sebastian Rogers. Chloe and Heather, you've probably seen Heather on the news.
So what do you guys think of that? The fact that she said the private investigator for Sebastian Rogers. It's actually the private investigator for Seth Rogers. Working for the defense during a trial, but usually PIs like to keep it on the low. That's what I thought. Generally, do you remember like all the drama with like MRB and NC and they're hiring PIs back and forth and oh, the memories.
And Chloe. Heather is taking the night off. She has well-deserved rest time coming. And poor Chloe, we are not letting her take the night off. We hogtied her and forced her to be here. So
no.
Chloe, thank you so much for joining us tonight because we have so many questions about Sebastian. And
I have a question. Who's paying these PIs? Good morning, Jason. It was also simple then. Take us back. Well, it didn't end up being simple for me, but that's how it goes. Doing interviews and why the PIs addressed doing interviews why they did it. Okay, so just be patient. Okay, it's a hard thing to be, but I will try.
And what happened when he went missing? I'm just waiting to make sure that there we go. We're back. The chat is up and running, and we're all good. So, Chloe, now you are working with Seth. That is Sebastian's father.
Correct.
And of course, he's always welcome to come here anytime. So please pass that along to him, and we can always put anything that he wants to get across on websleuths.com, the big, huge discussion forum that we have. So we are happy to help any way we can. Now, Sebastian Rogers went missing toward the end of February. He went missing. It was a Sunday night, Monday morning.
Right. So
and
between midnight and 6.
Right.
Of the 26th. Yeah.
15 years old. He does have autism. Now, for those people in chat who are not familiar, this is the weird thing. There's lots of cameras in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But they haven't, that we know of, nobody caught Sebastian leaving the house, right?
Correct. Yes. We had a meeting with Sumner County a couple weeks ago, and they're baffled.
Like this.
He's seen getting home. and then he's
Did,
never seen again.
didn't he take out the garbage?
So does that mean he's not seen with the flashlights? Are they saying that's no longer valid? Did it with her because she's been around forever and she's a little more careful than most channels, but I get why people think they should be shush.
Or do something?
Yeah, trash out.
So they saw him doing that, but they didn't see him leave
ever again. No.
Now let's talk about
Well, it was also nighttime.
that night. When is, because I was confused when I talked to you about this earlier, so I really want to get this straightened out.
I agree, Kendra.
When was the last time that Sebastian was seen by people other than family members?
It's my understanding it would have been the people at Texas Roadhouse.
Which was Sunday.
Yes, Sunday.
See, I thought
Early
it was
evening.
Saturday. I thought it was Saturday night that he was last seen.
No,
but no?
Saturday he was at
Oh,
Costco. And we confirmed that with that receipt. And then Sunday was a day full of activities.
Right.
Yeah, so the last place he went before he went home was the Texas Roadhouse.
Okay, and so that's the last confirmed sighting that we have where it was people, the people that weren't related
Right.
to Sebastian.
Right.
Okay.
Right, it was Texas Roadhouse, right? Is Chloe the one who works with that Steve PI who was helping that gal with her copyright strike against BHB? Chasen, do you know? Hey, Loki's mom, thank you. Wow, good morning. Flashlight was a garbage truck. Yeah, I know there's been a lot of speculation. Did anybody see the video? The hell's her name? Oh, I'm drawing a blank. And I know her. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. But she did a video where she changed the lighting on the video, and it was really bizarre. It was really odd. Did anybody see that? Good morning, Mom Boss Mayo. I would never hire a PI who is public. I don't care the reasons for her going on. Life led. Who wants to see the PI coming? Lying by omission. I see it everywhere. Hey, just Carrie. Yeah, healing time. That is so true. There are a lot of people lying by omission.
And again, everybody, he has just vanished. I'm just stunned because he's on camera apparently taking some garbage out, and there's cameras all over that neighborhood.
Yes.
But nobody has seen him leave.
No.
Now, if you have been following this case, you have seen Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. Katie is Sebastian's mom, and Seth is Sebastian's father. Chris Proudfoot is his stepfather.
Right.
What can you tell us about his, I guess, alibi, you would call it? When was Chris seen last? He was out of town. Can you run that down for us, please?
I don't know when Chris was seen last, besides the source that tells us he was at the job site at 5:15 a.m. on the 26th, which was about a little less than an hour before Sebastian was reported missing.
J is for Justice. J is for Justice did a video where she changed the colors on the video, the flashlight video, and it oddly showed like an aerial map view of the houses. It was really bizarre. It was as if like the video was taken with a drone. I don't even know how to explain it. It was just so, even watching it, I was still a little confused on everything that was happening. So Mom Boss Mayo is a local who was searching for Sebastian, and she was being followed, threatened. Somebody always bet that person Oxy Grains watching. They were like, wow, so it happens elsewhere. Oh, everywhere on YouTube. Everywhere. Sad. I went to bed around midnight, so I missed the end. I saw the first full hour on this. Yeah, I'm going to speed it up just a little bit. Hey, Kate. Good morning.
He was where? A little less than an hour before he was reported missing?
He was at his job site at St. Jude's in Memphis. He's
February 26th, okay.
He's a crane operator.
Right.
So you hear what she just said very loud, right? I mean, it was clearly stated that Seth was at his job site. Seth is confirmed to be at his job site.
When he was last seen, though, before that was 8 p.m. His vehicle was seen after that at his RV, but him physically being seen was 8 p.m. the night before.
But the police have never indicated in any way, shape, or form that they thought Chris had driven home or there was anything nefarious, correct?
They haven't indicated much of anything. Honestly,
Okay.
they've said that the family's been cooperative, and that's it. They dodge questions about timelines and alibis and things like that.
You mean the police do?
Publicly, yes.
The police do. So you can't really be sure of anything. And Sherry,
The police dodge those questions. Oh, we got to check it out, Jason. They're not dodging questions. They're protecting the integrity of what they're doing. We are not owed answers, especially when the police know that these answers that they give you are going to come right back to the public. They have a right to protect. Wouldn't you all prefer that the police keep information close to their chest than ruin the chances of like justice? I would.
Barry, what Chloe is going on is a vetted source that said that he was at his job and then his truck was seen at the RV on, was it Monday morning, did you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
And
he was seen
he was seen, okay.
at his job site
Right.
at
On Monday
5:15 in the morning.
Okay. So, Sherry, nobody's cleared. The police have been very clear about that absolutely nobody has been cleared, basically. But they haven't said that anybody is a suspect either. And so that's, again,
Visually,
Chloe, licensed, very well respected and experienced private investigator. You must get frustrated when the police won't.
Extremely frustrated.
Yeah, when the police won't release anything. So, but let's continue on here. I want to talk about Seth for a little bit.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about Chris and Katie and about their lie detectors and all of that was going on. It was very contentious there in the press with Seth Rogers, Sebastian's bio dad, and Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather. Well, recently, Seth and Chris talked together.
Right.
And they have decided to work together.
fantastic news.
However,
the internet got on Seth's back about it, and he quickly retracted that. Yeah, never heard that happening.
Seth came out and said that if people basically didn't like it, they could F off.
Right.
And that has been talked about quite a bit. I think I understand what Seth was doing. It was out of frustration and all of that, because there was a lot of
Hey,
drama
Johnny.
between the Proudfoots and Chris and Katie and Seth, and there was lots of back and forth and accusations, and it.
Well, and that's how I feel. Listen, Web Sleuths is not used to a big, huge audience. Let's face it, a lot of us aren't. Again, she doesn't usually have drama or have controversy on her channel. So I don't think it's fair to blame her for the way the chat acted. I don't think she had any fair warning. I don't think she expected Chris and Seth to both come up there. I don't think she expected her views to get past what they normally do. Again, she often has fantastic guests on her channel. So I don't know. In the end, Web Sleuths admits having a bias. Oh, Lacey Ann said, no, I blame her. Okay.
It was really ugly there in social media.
It is.
Yes.
And
So
let's be honest. You know what really should have happened, Kendra, for what I'm hearing? And I'm going to get to that part. For what I'm hearing, it should have been shut off from the public to begin with. You know, there was a time where I had two people on my panel, two both very well-known people. Teresa from Criminality and Vanessa from Unmasked. And they were arguing. And as juicy as it was, and as much as people would have loved the views from it, all I could hear was two people who at one point or another truly loved each other and wasn't meant for public viewing. So I went dark. I said, I'm ending the stream. We stayed on the stream yard. There was no recording. It was just two friends working it out, right? Two people that once cared about each other working it out. It didn't work out, unfortunately. But that, you know, there are some things that are meant for YouTube. There are some things that are okay for public consumption. And there's some things that simply shouldn't be done publicly. So in this situation, it shouldn't have been done publicly.
I don't know. I'm assuming it was Seth that approached Chris and said, hey, let's stop this. Let's concentrate on Sebastian.
Well, actually, Chris came to the vigil before it started.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he approached Seth.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Not the most recent one that we did last night, but the one last weekend.
Mhm.
I was not there yet, so I cannot speak on what was said.
Mhm.
But yes, I know he made that.
But he didn't tell you what was said because he told all of us. So Seth very clearly said Chris stopped and asked if he was having car trouble. You know, what a mean guy he is to do that. And they started conversing. And it sounded like they got to the point where they said, listen, let's do this for Sebastian. Now, people disagree with me, and that's okay. But I feel like Chris truly has Sebastian's best, uh, you know, best regards in his mind. And I know people are like, well, wait, he's involved and he's guilty and whatever. But in my opinion, I think he was trying to protect the integrity of Sebastian and even himself.
Statement. It
Let's talk about that.
rocked the boat quite a bit.
Yeah.
People were really mad.
A lot of people were really upset about it. But talk
And,
about that. What did he really mean?
my discussions with him, and just from knowing what kind of verbiage he uses anyways, my impression is that it was, I know that everybody has not everybody, but a lot of people have a bad opinion of the Proudfoots because of social media.
Mhm.
And I'm going to get some backlash about this, but this is about my son. So F anybody that's going to get in my way.
Right.
Oh,
Right.
So,
And
I mean,
that's what I thought he was trying to say. But that's
he's
right.
never told me to F off. He's never told his other private investigator to F off. He's never told his volunteers. He was not speaking to people that were helping him. I know a lot of people thought he was.
is that a frog? Do you guys hear a frog?
That wasn't the case.
You know, I always felt he was talking to the drama people
Yeah.
in social media that are causing all these problems.
Right.
You know,
The
and
panels,
and
the drama panels that he's on, those ones. Hey, Jason.
we'll come out with these ridiculous live streams saying crazy things. That's who I thought he was talking to, and the people that would give him grief for wanting to work with Chris Proudfoot.
Right.
rather
And
than
he
getting
got a lot
angry.
of grief for it.
Yeah, he did, and so that I'm
Yeah.
glad we cleared that up, because I understand where he's coming from. I do, because it's all about Sebastian. Who cares about this other drama crap?
Right.
You know,
Always.
it
just
means nothing.
me.
And I want to say something to everybody out there. Nobody is prepared to be thrown into the spotlight, let alone during this day and age when all of a sudden you have social media and you have everybody and their dog commenting on you and what you're doing and what you say and how you look and everything.
See, this is what I don't understand. So Wesler's just said that, right? And we get it. You're right. Nobody can be prepared for what they're being thrown into, for the pitchforks. But she herself admits that she doesn't like the Proudfoots. So why? Because the public is judging their every move, their facial expressions, what they're wearing, where they're eating, what I mean, we don't even know them.
And making accusations against you that are not true. It is so hard to absorb and to deal with, all the while you're trying to look for a missing loved one. It is a horrific situation. And the fact that
I don't know.
that Seth has held up as well as he has is amazing.
Seth's
So,
not even being
and again, please tell him
the fact that Seth has held up as well as he has is amazing. Seth is not even being attacked. The only time I saw anybody even remotely go after Seth is when he told everybody to F off. When he basically said F you. And he was going to do what was best for his son. And how quickly he went with public opinion instead of what was best for Sebastian. So, yeah. I mean, I thought she was going to end up with so for the Proudfoots, she said for Seth.
we will help him in any way possible.
Absolutely. Hi,
Okay.
Kitty.
He says, "This is Boo. He's a good boy." Crystal Piesky wants to know, was the camper ever checked? I take it you're talking about Chris Proudfoot's camper or RV?
I do not have confirmation of that.
So we don't know. We have to assume that on things like that the police have checked everywhere.
Right. I mean, let's not be freaking ignorant. Obviously, the police have checked everywhere. And why aren't the police telling this PI anything? Because she works for Seth, who has a big mouth, who the police won't even speak to.
You know, you would assume that they have looked all through the camper. You would assume that they would have looked at Chris's parents' RV or camper. But again,
I have no
You
confirmation.
have no idea. We just have to assume. We have to assume the police have done their job in that sense. But let's talk a little bit now. Chris has a petition up,
Right.
and it is a petition to get the FBI to take over the
Seth
case.
has a petition up. Yes.
Seth, yeah. Seth has a petition up to get the FBI to take over Sebastian's case. How come?
Yeah, good question. How
Well,
come?
the FBI has been involved.
Oh, that's weird. Thank you for confirming that. So you mean to tell me that Seth didn't know the FBI has been involved? Because I guess the whole narrative of the Proudfoots paying off the local police won't work out when it comes to the FBI, right? Okay.
But he wants them to take over.
I'll be honest, straight off the bat, I am biased, and I'm going to try to be as non-biased as I can be, but I'm biased. I'm definitely biased.
I think he's just frustrated, which I understand.
Right.
But we can't understand Chris being
We
frustrated.
haven't had any results, you
Okay.
know.
Right.
So I understand his frustration. And I think that's really it, is he wants another jurisdiction to take over. I mean, above TBI and Sumner County. But yeah, they've been involved. I mean, Secret Service has been involved. And yeah, I mean, a lot of other jurisdictions have been involved with the boots on the ground searching as well.
Secret Services has been involved. I mean, biased too, for sure, but wouldn't make a panel do this shit. Never. It's all drama with Seth starting on Kate and Chris and creators used for clicks views. Chris trying to squash rumors, defend himself and his wife. Yeah. Lesson this week, gotta love your children more than you hate your ex. Oh. Oof. Amen to that. Amen to that. All the parents deserve grace. The fact that only Seth has received it has made me completely biased. I couldn't agree with you more, Kendra.
So, but his goal is to have them take over.
Okay, that's good. Well, that's good. And I don't blame him, you know. Also, somebody just asked, did Katie have a boyfriend? And no, there's nothing like that has ever been stated. Okay.
I mean, it's been stated, but I've found no evidence of that. And it's honestly not something I'm focusing on.
Sure.
Because when I've seen it stated, it's who are you even? Like, who are you that's saying, you know? Right,
exactly. And that, again, you know, this is about Sebastian. Now, here is a question.
He does. And nobody looks at the inconsistencies or the flags, or they just treat them very unfairly, right? And that's unfortunate because it does cause a divide. It does cause bias, and it does cause dislike towards, you know, Seth or even the Proudfoots. And really, as Web Sleuths keep saying, it should only be about Sebastian, but here we are. So was I, because I heard one part where he said, like, I'm not doing this for public consumption. I don't know, CBJ. I mean, motorcycle shopping. How do we know they weren't there to, like, trade in a motorcycle? Or I don't know.
And again, Sebastian, according to Katie, disappeared sometime in the middle of the night.
According to police, too.
Supposedly there is no Ring camera showing Sebastian leaving, although there is Ring camera because the neighbors all have Ring cameras.
Yeah, I've mapped it.
Yeah, tell us about that, and then we'll get to this question. You actually mapped the Ring cameras.
I mapped, you know, the first 11 minutes of the dispatch. Once dispatch started at 6:39 a.m. for Sebastian, there's 11 minutes that were released, and then had a great volunteer transcribe them for me, which took her a very long time.
Do Ring cameras work well at night? I don't know, you know. I heard they were there to make a payment. Oh, well, unfortunately, bills continue, you know. I don't know. Where has Seth been this whole time? Is anybody following Seth's every steps? Is he eating? I heard we're not allowed to eat. You know what I mean? So I think it bothers me. They're motion activated. Okay. I don't have
because it was chaos
style.
But through that transcription, you can see where they're saying this address has a camera. I spoke to them. They looked at it, all this. And so I made a map just from that dispatch. There's probably more cameras than that. It was only the first 11 minutes, you know, and there's a lot of cameras.
But yet the police have said that there is no footage of Sebastian. Have they actually come out and said that to Seth?
I was actually watching one of the older press conferences. I think it was from the 29th of February. And they were, I mean, the look on their faces, first of all, they were just baffled. But they said they haven't had any confirmed sighting of him on camera or at all.
Crazy. That is just, it doesn't make any sense. But anyway, I apologize. That crunching you hear is my dog, off from Tex Bud Nugget the First, chewing on his.
Expect your dogs and her frogs.
Yeah, the dogs and the dogs, it's all, and the cats, all part of it here. Stephanie Hodge says, so did Sebastian unlock the door and go out, or what? Was the door locked when she got up? or was it unlocked? Do you know what the situation is there?
Katie and Chris have both said at different times the door was locked. They also, in the initial dispatch, when they're calling out the details to officers, say the door is locked. I wasn't there.
Right. Well, but here's the thing.
And
So my understanding is if you have a PIN code type of door lock, does anybody in the chat have one? Good morning, Kathy. Does anybody in the chat have that type of PIN code instead of a lock? Well, my understanding is if you have the PIN code, you don't have it automatically locks behind you, right? So there's a very well chance that what kind of PI doesn't have these type of answers? That's what I want to know. Sorry, what kind of PI doesn't have these basic fucking answers to this? You do nonsense. Am I right that that's how it goes? Keyless entry front door. Automatically locks, right? He enrolled him in online school, so who knows who had online access. Seth has admitted that he didn't monitor everything. Why would she say anything? Well, that's why law enforcement won't give her anything. No, some of them do not lock. You just push a button. Okay. Oh, so would I, Sarah May. I actually had to buy a little thing I put on my keys so I can, if I lose my keys, it like beeps. But now, of course, I can't find the key that I need. I have one of those locks and it does automatic. So it's just all dependent. Okay. Oh,
Katie's also said that Sebastian has a habit of immediately locking the door behind him. That was stated after everyone was really confused about that.
Angela Conley said, did he take the bin, I think you mean the trash, out before or after Chris left to go to work? I think Chris was already gone, right? Or
well,
no?
And Chris has said that he had not seen Sebastian since early February.
Right.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
He wasn't there.
He wasn't not there.
He wasn't there. So anyway, so what's so frustrating about this, Chloe, is how could he have disappeared if there's no footage of him? Here's the only thing it could be. That's either a mistake and there is footage of him, or he's still somewhere in the house. I mean, I don't know what else it could be.
That's interesting because she sure hates when people stream snipe her. Huh. Let's be frank here. Kate has a type, and both Chris and Seth are easy men to dislike. As the bio parent that wasn't present when Sebastian disappeared, Seth started as a more sympathetic man, but both men are reactive, defensive, proud, and will respond aggressively when they are uncomfortable. That doesn't make them guilty. Focus on the dads seems to have overshadowed Sebastian's case. Must have left through the garage in a vehicle, so there's a car on camera leaving the Proudfoots. Is there a sidekick? This is the first I'm hearing of that. Hey, Irish. Kelly Mountain. That's the first I'm hearing of that. Where did you get that information, sidekick? Where can I confirm that at? Print distribute missing flyers when you go to gas station, grocery stores, big box shops, Goodwills, truck stops, wherever you go, no matter where you live. That's actually a great idea, girl next door. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, so I walked through the construction site, which people that have been following this case closely know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's right next door to their subdivision. Probably half of the subdivision next door has been built, but then there's still like a big construction site in the back. So I walked that last night, actually, after the vigil at like 9:30 p.m. And it's very dark in the construction site. You definitely need a flashlight. But once you get into that subdivision, it wasn't as dark as I expected it to be. I'm not saying that means a Ring camera would pick you up. But there's a lot of, a good majority of the houses have some sort of lighting on.
I'm curious, Chumba.
And I'm assuming it's always like that. I don't know if they're turning them on now because of what's going on, but a lot of them have, the uplit stuff on the brick or floodlights or porch lights. It's a nice.
Okay, so that's very interesting. Sebastian has family or friends in California that they kept in contact with after moving. I've been wondering if he loved it there and missed it. Just random thoughts. Scents last a long time. Yeah, so if there was a scent trail, right? Because we know the PI came out and said there was a scent trail. We heard it on the when we listened into the first few hours of Sebastian missing, we heard there was a scent. Now, of course, the police are saying there isn't a scent, but again, that could be to protect the integrity of what they're doing. But if that's the case, then how was there a car involved, right? I just so confused, and there's a lot.
neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Should I forward
So
this?
I didn't need to use a flashlight to walk through the neighborhood to be able to see.
And I'm telling you, with Ring cameras, usually they have infrared, so you can see somebody. Mine do.
Yeah, and
So-
but it does depend on.
No, I understand that sidekick, but you said there was a car seen leaving. I feel like that would have been crucial, and it would be all over. I understand maybe that being your theory. I completely understand. I've said the same thing at one point, but you said there was actually a car on camera leaving, and I feel like that would have been like big. Even dogs wouldn't follow.
On like the sensitivity settings you have on your camera, how
Oh.
far it is from the street. Which I mean, these are not huge lots.
Yeah.
I would have to pull up a parcel map again, but I mean, I wouldn't think
Oh.
they're more than like a quarter acre, so they're not large.
Right.
So the houses are not super far from the road.
Yeah. That.
I apologize, sidekick. I read it wrong. You said, so is there a car leaving? I apologize. I'm sorry. So sorry for reading that wrong. I get what you're saying here. Oh, I'm sorry. It is early. I apologize. So you're saying Sebastian must have left through the garage in a vehicle. So is there a car on camera leaving the Proudfoots? Okay. Completely understand what you're saying. I apologize. No, I feel like if there was, it'd be everywhere. You know what I mean?
I don't know. It. I just.
I did as well.
This doesn't make any sense to me.
I would love if a neighbor would say, "Who was that woman walking through my neighborhood last night?" I would love if I would have gotten caught on camera. That would have been really interesting.
That would have been very, very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. As somebody pointed out in chat,
I don't
let's
know,
just say
Morgan.
hypothetically, and nobody's making any accusation here. Could Sebastian been put into Katie's car or truck without any sort of camera picking him up? Is that possible in the house?
So she parks in the garage,
Mhm.
always.
Mhm.
So, but I mean, she'd probably have to drive down the street with her headlights off, I would think.
Because they would have said her car left, but her car did leave at some point. I would assume, you know.
It left, I mean, we know she drove through the high school, like
Mhm.
she said.
Right. So, but so there is an entrance from the garage. It's not a detached garage, right?
No, it's not
Okay. So hypothetically, again, not making any accusation, but hypothetically,
right.
But this isn't an accusation, it's speculation, right? And this type of speculation is what runs rampant. Okay, so she would have drove with her headlights off. So, but we just got done listening to Chloe, I believe, state that the neighborhood is well lit. So even with the headlights off, her car would have been spotted on the many cameras, like Chloe is stating there is. So instead of, the PI deaden the speculation right there and saying, well, as I just told you all, the neighborhood was very well lit. There's so many cameras. What does it matter if headlights were on then? She would have been spotted.
could put somebody in there and take off somewhere at some point.
Sure. I mean,
Yeah.
I would think a camera would catch that. Maybe not if the headlights were off.
Well, but again, if she, like she said, she drove at some point, she drove by the high school or whatever.
Right. It was daylight at that point.
Daylight. Well, yeah. So she could have, put something in her trunk or put something in a car.
Put something. You're talking about a child, ma'am. Put Sebastian. Just say it. If you're going to speculate it, if you're going to imply it, just say it. Okay. Ugh.
I mean,
Just-
At that point, police were notified.
I mean, within minutes,
the
if
shit.
not already, police were called
Right.
Mhm.
when she was driving through that parking lot.
So again, I just, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read chat here.
Is that where the speculation's coming from? The chat? Why not just proudly? Right. Why not just say, listen, I just got done saying it was lit. No, it's not possible. The police were already involved. No, because we like the good theory.
Let's
We
see.
like to blame the Proudfoots.
Web sleuths, hold on.
Let's see what she highlights.
Can you ask, where are the clothes Sebastian wore Texas Roadhouse video? Do we know if he was wearing those clothes when he supposedly disappeared?
I don't think he was wearing those clothes. No,
You don't think?
But
or
we
you
don't know if the police have collected them or anything, right?
we don't know.
No, okay.
Well, what kind of PI are you? Because I know that's how the police got the scent. So what kind of PI are you? Oof. I'm going to get angry, aren't I, Lacey? I'm going to get angry. Deep breaths. All right.
So let's go back
Why
to
is she smirking? Why is that funny to you? Why are you smirking, Miss Chloe?
disappeared.
I don't think he was wearing those clothes. No,
Okay. But we don't know if the police have collected them or anything, right?
we don't know.
Why is she
Okay.
smirking?
So let's go back to the Proudfoot
Bible.
house. According to Katie, he left sometime in the middle of the night, early morning, but no cameras picked him up.
Hey, TLC.
Do you know what the police have done inside that house to
Ooh.
search for Sebastian?
To my knowledge, their house has been searched over a dozen times.
What the fuck is this comment? Any update on the Ken Davis post about having footage of Katie Proudfoot trading Sebastian off to someone that morning? What? What? Excuse me, ma'am. What? What? Okay. Hold on. I'm sorry. That distracted me.
To my knowledge, their house has been searched
Facts.
over a dozen times by officers.
Mhm.
They've used heat-seeking devices, and this comes from the sheriff.
Yeah.
Which one, Earth
To
Angel?
make sure he wasn't in any walls. I do not have knowledge and didn't question the sheriff at the time. I was trying to build a rapport, but about any luminol or anything like that.
Yeah, that's a big
To my
question.
knowledge,
They use luminol.
they have not done that.
Tattooed Mama said, any update on the Ken Davis?
But your knowledge is very little because you don't even know the basics. You don't know the time frame. You don't know the alibis. You don't know the clothing. So to your knowledge really means nothing, ma'am, when your knowledge is very unknowledgeable. Oh,
Davis post, and I don't know who Ken Davis is,
I know what she's talking
about having footage of KP trading Sebastian off to someone that morning. I would think if that was legit, it would be huge.
I have had tips for several weeks about people seeing Kathy Bowersock's car that morning before Sebastian was reported missing. I have not been able to validate that that's true.
you've had tips but no cameras. Again, I thought this was a highly lit up place with cameras everywhere. And if we're going to say Sebastian would have been caught on cameras, then we're going to go ahead and keep that same energy to cars and people being caught on camera. Okay.
But the Ken Davis post is not the first time that that's been brought to me.
So again,
Wow.
and I'm assuming you turn this over to the police.
It's been brought to me that aliens and Bigfoot have been spotted over time. Does that make it factual? Gosh.
We have to have at least some faith and some assumption that the police are looking into these things and they are, doing the searches and searching the house and checking the car. Do you know anything about cadaver dogs being used at the house in the past?
I know there were scent dogs. Absolutely.
Mhm.
I know that cadaver dogs that we've brought in have not been to the house, but they've been in the area. But those are not law enforcement cadaver dogs.
Okay.
I mean, they're credentialed cadaver dogs, but
what is that?
They have not been on their property or in their house. And they don't take kindly to trespassing. So we would absolutely have to have permission for that.
Right. So
but did you ask permission? Did you ask the Proudfoots if you could bring those dogs onto their property? All right. Put a 1 in the chat if you already know which way Miss Clubby here is leaning. It's very obvious.
They hit on anything, your cadaver dogs at all?
No.
Wow, that's interesting.
Okay, so let's start addressing now some of the drama to get it out of the way.
Get it out of the way.
Let's go with the lie detector. There was a big thing made. Nancy Grace offered Chris Proudfoot to take a lie detector. He said, name the place and time. And then he said, no, I can't do it because I think he said TBI told him not to. And then
it's completely possible, honestly.
It is. And why do you say that?
Because if he's going to take one, he should take one with the TBI.
Right.
So, I mean, I do believe that's probably true.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did he eventually take one with the TBI?
I think he did.
And he said he passed it. Is that correct?
He said he passed it. I have no confirmation of that. But I do think he took one.
Why doesn't this hired PI have confirmation of anything that matters? Anything. She has no confirmation of anything at all that matters to this case, right? But you got confirmation of all the drama, don't you, ma'am? Okay. So TBI would absolutely say, don't take it with Nancy Grace. Let's be honest here. Not many of us would ever take a lie detector test with Nancy Grace. Okay. You're better off going to Jerry Springer and just signing up to have it a whole shit show. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and she's going to say, well, that's probably true, but I don't know if it's true, but he might have passed, but I don't know. Why don't you know? And we find out that Ellie told Seth Chris passed his test. Oh, here we go. All right.
And hi, Chasing. Good to see you, my dear. The story said, that's the story I understand. She already called Chris and was driving around searching while Chris called the police.
Right. I mean, their words were that she looked around the house for a few moments, went outside, got in her car, started driving around the neighborhood, drove over to the high school, which is Beach High School. And then Chris was the one who three-way called the sheriff's department, not 911, but the sheriff's department. And Katie said she was on mute.
And then all at the same time. Katie wakes up. She can't find Sebastian. She spends time looking for him. She realizes he's not in the house. She phones over to Chris. She tells Chris, I can't find Sebastian. At this point, she hops in her car. She's out driving around looking. As she's on the phone, Chris says, you know what? We're going to go ahead and bypass all the bullshit. We're going to call directly in. He calls directly in. They're on the three-way call because I'm sure at this point, Katie is, out of control, hyperventilating. I don't know about you guys, but I don't handle emergencies well at all. I actually rely on other people. For example, when my kids were toddlers, if they were running and they ran and slid on the cement, I'd be too scared to even look. I can't handle that shit. Okay. So it's not so far-fetched to believe that's what happened. But it's not like Katie went and looked and then they phoned the police. No, it was all at the same time. Less respect for all these ladies. They are all being made fools of by Seth. They are unprofessional at best. Seth is a shady fellow who is working overtime to deflect and blame. 3-hour drive, 3-hour phone call. He was coaching her on what to do till he got there. Coaching her on what to do or calming down his wife. Hey, Tyra. All true crimers should know that lie detectors are not used in court because they are not reliable.
Okay, so she was there and she heard it. Okay. But that's according to them. You haven't been able to verify anything about that, right?
They won't even release the missing persons report to us.
Why do you think that is? I mean, this doesn't make
a long time with Heather at Sumner County and put in records requests, talked to the sheriff, talked to several other officers and detectives, and they will not give it to us.
This doesn't make any sense because
and put in records.
This doesn't make
missing persons
able to verify anything about that, right?
They won't even release the missing persons report to us.
Why do you think that is?
Oh, maybe because of your panel hopping, ma'am. Who happens to agree? Maybe that's what it is.
I mean, this doesn't make
a long time with Heather at Sumner County and
put
in records requests, talked to the sheriff, talked to several other officers and detectives, and they will not give it to us.
This doesn't make any sense because
it's bizarre. I've never encountered that before because I often request those things because I don't work cases unless I have a missing persons report, especially.
Have you ever worked a case with a person that sits on YouTube 24/7? I mean, be rude, but I'm sick of hearing about all the parents. I agree, Chumba. You're not being rude by any means. I agree. And I will agree and acknowledge that I have fallen into that as well. Seriously, because everything they release gets put out publicly, right? I mean, come on.
Adults, but
everybody, I want you to know that Chloe is a licensed PI, a very well-respected PI.
Good morning,
and you've worked on many, many, many cases.
None as hard as this.
and you're getting just, slammed. Angel Love wants to know, did Ellie ask for Sebastian's clothes he wore it the day before he went missing? I'm going to guess I haven't told you, but I think we can assume if they're doing their job.
Why are you going to guess when she already answered this? There's no guessing at this point. Are you paying attention to what's being stated?
They did. Am I correct?
Correct.
Good morning, Mark.
Okay. So again, all these.
Now she says correct. Who just heard her a minute ago smirk that she doesn't know where his clothes are? So within what, 4 minutes we get different answers? Yeah, that sounds great.
Normal things that you would think the police would be happy to come out and verify. They're not. And I don't know if it's because law enforcement got spooked by some of the crazy YouTubers that came out and caused problems.
Sweet Sheriff Weatherford said he was getting a lot of emails.
I bet.
By a lot of people that weren't necessarily pertinent to Sebastian's case, you know. So he's getting bombarded.
I'm sure he is. But the thing is, it would alleviate a lot of all of the speculation and this craziness if we just came out and said, okay, here's what we did. And it's stuff that we all expect them to do, like ask for the clothes, that he was wearing or he was wearing before and ask for things like that. and again, let's see, hold on here. I want to get
We
this
did,
question.
Kelly. We did
Where
here.
did it go? Has Seth and Chris taken a poly with Ellie? We think Chris has taken a poly with TBI.
Mhm.
And what about Seth? Do we know about Seth?
Seth took a poly with Nancy Grace, or
Okay.
with whoever Nancy Grace set him up with.
Right. And do we have any results on that, or
I don't.
you don't? Okay.
Mhm.
So we don't.
Why not? Why not? Elaborate. Why don't you have the results? Hey, Teresa, good morning. I agree, Tori. Why don't you have the results, Miss Private Eye? How come, again, she has nothing that's important here. She says this is the hardest she's ever worked on a case, but yet has nothing of relevancy, no answers, no solid answers.
Don't know what's going on with that, but I would assume, well, if I remember correctly, Seth said that he was told he didn't need to take a polygraph because his alibi was confirmed.
Right.
If I remember correctly,
Yeah.
right.
I mean, polygraphs are voluntary.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not admissible in court. So, I mean, I know they're helpful tools for an investigation, but they're not the end all be all.
Exactly.
Why didn't she say all this when it came to Chris? Thank you so much, Tori. Why didn't she say all of this when it came to the question about Chris? Hey, Street Maxer, please behave. It's a serious stream, my friend. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
And this is Heather Cohen. She is the other private investigator on the case. Says Chloe is the best out there. My second case with her, and she's one smart cookie. Absolutely.
Oh, how sweet. You guys are so sweet. Why wasn't that same answer given when it came to Chris? Oh, you got to love that. 28 months. Why? Oh, my goodness. I adore you. Thank you. 28 months. Miss Leah.
Absolutely, Heather.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Thank
No
you.
question. Thrive Collective says Seth should have access to the missing persons report. Seth should have access to all reports of abuse to CPS and by the school. Have they asked for the school records? And do you know if Seth has gotten a lawyer yet?
I'm
That's
not
not what the
comment on that.
question.
Okay.
That's not what that says.
Chasing wants to know, did Seth fall asleep during the
Okay, Chasen. Okay, lady. We see ya. Hey, Queen Bella.
Nancy Grace lie detector, or is that a rumor, or do we know?
I saw a comment that had his name next to it that said he did. It hasn't been something I focused on.
Okay.
Why not? I think it's crucial, don't you? She's a PI, right? And she's working on behalf of Sebastian because we heard that. Thank you so much, Jasmina. Hey, East Texas, we've heard her say that she was hired to work on behalf of Sebastian. Then these are important things, Miss Chloe, that you should know. It is crucial to know if Seth took too many drugs, prescribed or not, before a lie detector test and ended up passing out. It is important, okay? But once again, she doesn't know the important stuff. So she is not working on behalf of Sebastian. She is working on behalf of Seth. Just say it.
Okay, so we've just got so many questions here in chat. I don't want to miss some here because you are being, and again, Chloe, we really appreciate you coming out here and answering these questions because it's been driving us nuts trying to figure out what's going on, you know? So,
I haven't heard her answer one question. Have any of you? Has anybody heard her answer one direct question of substance? I've actually heard her contradict herself, but okay.
okay, let's see here. You talked about how you went out and mapped just the houses that you knew had cameras in the area, and there's a lot of them, right? So he should have been picked up if he was out there walking. He absolutely should have. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, Hendersonville is like very densely wooded, and it gets pretty densely wooded almost immediately in any direction when you leave his subdivision.
Right.
It's kind of, I mean, there's a lot of really treacherous terrain out there.
It's kind of different than what she told us a little bit ago, right? Does anybody remember her saying like, oh, it was so big and it was so lit and there was all these lights and I didn't need a flashlight and there's all these cameras? Anybody else hear that? And now we're going to, it was so dense and it was, there's many. Which one is it, Miss PI? Thank you, Rabbit Hutch. I'm glad you found us as well. Good morning, Mrs. Krampus. I did a whole thing on Krampus before. Good morning, Rude Girl. Isn't Leon on top left one of the people that helped take out Luca? I don't know. I don't know anything about them, to be honest. I just know that they were hired and were on public social media within hours of being hired. That's all I know.
There. We've all been in it. And it's hard.
Exactly.
And
But again,
not at night. So,
right.
And it's hard.
But again, not at night. I mean,
We have
not talking about going into that terrain. He would have had to have been on a camera. That's
Let me pause really quick. No, she said this is not her first investigation. She says she's worked hardest on this one than any other one. So
just all there is to it.
I mean, I'm gonna look at it again and again and again, but there may be a way, like if they had a ring camera on the doorbell, but not a camera in the back of the house, and you walk between houses in a certain direction, he would hit woods, and then he wouldn't be picked up on a camera for a long time.
Okay.
Once he leaves that subdivision, there's no cameras.
Now, why didn't she say all of that when they asked earlier if he must have been taken out of the garage in a car? Why didn't she say, well, no, not necessarily, because blah, 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 blah. Oh,
Cameras.
Time. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, you have a vetted source making a claim about Chris going to leave Katie. Can you comment on that at all?
Oh,
yes, we have a vetted source close to the Proudfoots that.
Oh, is his name, does it start with an S? Facts, Brittany. Couldn't agree more. All right, vetted source. This is starting to sound like the teen mom gossip, right? When the Ashley report comes out, she's like, I got a vetted source.
Claimed on recording that he had conversations with Chris about him leaving Katie. Not since Sebastian's been missing, but previously.
Before.
Yes.
Before.
Oh.
And that's important because.
Why?
And again, I'm not suggesting this is true, but you have to look at everything. You know,
we have to look at everything, but we refuse to look at Seth, who has done nothing but wave red flags the entire time. Cut the bullshit up. We have to look at everything when you don't feel that way. What you feel like is we have to look at the Proudfoots because we dislike them. Stop it.
Telling you, the police would look at it like, well, is that a reason? Did something happen?
Well, and that's what Heather was talking about the other night on News Nation, is we've been kind of like,
oh, News Nation, how cute. You're getting lots of publicity off of this, aren't you? That's so sweet.
Brainstorming this domino effect of like, okay, he went missing February 26th, but there was a lot going on the 3 months prior to that, a lot. And we're trying to just timeline all of that out to see what the catalyst was, you know.
Well, and like Julie here.
Is this where they're going to mention that one big change that was going to be taking place to Sebastian's life was that he was going to go live with his father, Seth? Is that going to be mentioned? Right. Facts. And I like your Chucky. That's cute. This is a little wild because that was the biggest change taking place for Sebastian.
The comment says, the other PI, that's Heather, said in a previous interview there was turmoil at home. Can you comment on any of the turmoil? I mean, we've heard Chris talk about it, and we've heard Seth talk about it. About Chris didn't want Sebastian around his younger daughter.
Right.
And that was.
We've heard Chris say this. Has Chris come out and said that?
Was a big problem.
Right.
So can you comment on any of the situation going on at home before Sebastian went missing?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Chris admitted to there being CPS calls. And I really think the way he described it was that it was plural. I have confirmation that those did happen.
But yeah, can I just jump in here? Yeah, he said Nancy Grace, there was no CPS calls, none.
Right. So he's kind of
pertaining to Sebastian. He answers the way the question is given. The guy is intelligent. He doesn't beat around the bush. He's not playing into the games. He answers the question the way he's given. Now, not only that, but let's face it, if what Seth came out and told all of us was true, then it is Chris's responsibility to protect his daughter while protecting Sebastian, right? Now, Seth unfortunately brought this information out. Seth unfortunately told us that things had happened. And absolutely, I would not be angry at Chris for wanting to protect his daughter from that same type of trauma while also protecting Sebastian. I don't know why people act like that's such a, that's common. It's normal.
He's backtracking on what he had said, because I don't know if I told y'all the last time I was on here, I was like, I'm just posting their words.
Right, what they have said.
I'm not even making a post with an opinion in it. I'm just
Right.
saying what they've said.
Are you saying what Seth has said?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly.
It does seem like there were some issues for Chris with
Issues.
Sebastian and his daughter being together.
But
But why? But why? Okay. Listen to me saying that her dogs are distracting while I have a distracting cat down the bottom. I have no business. Hey Katie. So this is annoying because does she put out the words where Seth says that Sebastian's head went into his hand? Was that placed out there?
Sebastian had not, there's been no reports of Sebastian behaving inappropriately directly with his daughter. Were
No,
there?
no.
Of course not. Right. And
Why would she even ask that then? Why wouldn't you ask the question that we all know? We all know without a doubt, because of Seth, that Sebastian was a victim and he started mimicking those behaviors onto others. That is how it was consumed through what Seth has stated. So why would you even ask if it had to do with Chris and his daughter? Ugh. Sebastian tripped on a Lego and hit Seth's hand. I mean, miraculous. Talk about domino effect. Hey, what the crap, Lorton? Yari.
Chris didn't want Sebastian around his daughter, just flat out. And I know we're jumping around here, but I want to get to all the questions. Karen Lee says, can you?
Not just flat out. There's a lot more to it. Put a 1 in the chat if you understand where Chris is coming from with that. Is he not supposed to protect his daughter? I mean, come on.
Comment on the scent to the retention pond. Did that turn out to be false?
I mean, the dog dove in the pond. The initial maps at the beginning are a bit confusing. I think it was such a mass influx of EMA and officers and everything that some of it got kind of convoluted. Some of it was IT issues. So, you can chase the dog tracks on the map, but some of them tracked on the app incorrectly, not necessarily the dog. But I mean, you hear on dispatch that the scent dog,
yes,
he says she jumped straight in the pond.
Right.
I mean, we've gone through that pond. We have gone through that pond. The divers we brought in, the searchers we brought in, we have gone through those ponds.
Right.
Thank you for going through the ponds. I mean, that's what you're hired for.
So not only did law enforcement do that, but and there's no water in at least one of the ponds that's on the construction site. It's not like a big, huge pond.
Right.
It's just like a mud pit at this point. It's like quicksand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's
that pond's been checked out.
I mean, I don't know a number right off the top of my head, but I think.
So why would she mention how the dog dived into the pond and then proceed to say like the pond's no big deal? Right? It just
we have cleared.
Me neither.
No, it doesn't.
Wow.
There's a lot of ponds in Henderson.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Look at this. Does the high school have cameras that would pick up the exchange of Sebastian being handed over to the mother-in-law? Holy shit. These people, like, tell us where you're saying, web sleuths. Oh, are you having a hard time? Let me see. No, I won't be able to. I can try to put on closed caption, Paulie, if that would help you.
Until this.
It sounds like it. Okay, so Tracy wants to know, does the high school have cameras that could pick up an exchange of some sort with Sebastian and
they have
somebody?
cameras because you see Katie drive through the high school parking lot.
Right. So have you been able to get any of those, do you have the copy of Katie driving?
Let me ask you something. Web sleuths. Oh, man. Don't you think if they have footage? Oh, no, I understood, Paulie. Thank you. If there was footage of Katie driving through the high school, there would certainly be footage of her meeting somebody at the high school, right? Okay. Don't you think if that was the case, the police would have been on this and it would have, Right, Mrs. Fletcher.
Through the parking lot, or was that already released?
Hey, Killshot.
How did you hear about it? Oh, I can't say. Okay, that's okay. No, you're fine. Just give me that look. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. Okay, so let's talk about what we know so far. We know so far the last time that Sebastian was seen was that Sunday before he went missing, when he was at dinner, and it was at the Texas Roadhouse. Was that the name of the place?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and that was with Katie. Katie went home.
Yes.
Chris Proudfoot has not seen Sebastian since early February.
Right.
And supposedly where he said he was checked out. Seth, according to Seth, the police have said, hey, you don't need to take a lie detector because we know where you were.
Yeah, I mean, he works in the Davidson County Jail. He's on
Right.
surveillance constantly. I mean, he's not even allowed to bring his phone in.
Yeah. So,
You
I
know?
mean, yeah. So he's,
Oh, so he's not allowed to bring his phone in, right? That's actually what happened when the escaped convict escaped here. The guard was busy on his phone. He's not allowed to bring his phone in. So when Seth keeps saying like they could have called me, no, it wouldn't have made a difference. Hey, Elizabeth. So he didn't need to take a polygraph, but he signs up to take one. Why aren't the same theories that they're given to the Proudfoots? Why aren't they being given to Seth? Could it be possible that Seth had one of his relatives come by and take Sebastian? Could it be possible that Seth was the one that met somebody and get handed? Of course, it could be possible. Everything's possible. Nobody is cleared as a suspect. There is no main suspect. I have not, Callie. But it blows my mind that these same things aren't being stated about Seth. Well, we also know that Chris was at his job site, right? We also know that without a doubt. That has been confirmed. So why was everybody adamant that Seth needed to take a polygraph? But now that that Chris needed to take one. Now that Chris took one and allegedly passed, but Seth takes one and can't pass. Now the polygraph doesn't matter. We keep moving the goalposts depending on which parent it is. And in the back of nobody's mind is Sebastian at all. It's all about what side they sit on.
he's cleared. But okay, here's the problem. We know the police have gone into the house and searched. We don't know if they've used luminol. We don't know if they've taken any cadaver dogs into the house. We don't know if we don't know how in the hell he got out of the house because he's nowhere on camera, but yet he's on camera earlier taking out the garbage.
Right.
So
all I'm hearing is you're not doing your job. That is all I'm hearing. You are a higher PI to get these answers, and yet we don't have the basic of answers from you. That's all I hear. I mean, you guys might hear differently, but
he's on a camera somewhere. So why isn't he on a camera when he left?
I think the sun went down on the 25th at like 5:40
right, Scott.
something. It was before the time change. So it was getting dark. What I've been told by the sheriff's department was it was around 6:30 when they saw it. I think the Proudfoot say 7. That's kind of semantics to me, but so it was getting dark for sure. I don't know that it was like pitch black at that point. I don't know if it was like midnight dark, you know.
But shouldn't these cameras, I mean, I have a little cheapo one here. It is infrared. I can see everybody at night. You know, you would think, correct me if I'm wrong, Chloe, but you would think that there would be a spot.
You would also think that what a PI thinks isn't relevant. It's what she knows. Okay, we're talking to a PI. We're not talking to just another, YouTuber with theories and conspiracies. This is a PI. I don't give a shit what she thinks. I want to know what she knows. Anybody with me here? Tell us what you know, not what you think.
Of Sebastian on one of these 11 cameras that you have mapped out, and there are probably more.
Sad, Shaggy.
And as far as you know, there are no sightings of him.
Right.
So let's say hypothetically, let's say that is correct. Okay, that there's no mistake, that he wasn't able to escape a camera and duck out of a camera. Let's just say that's correct. That Sebastian is not on a camera anywhere, leaving the house in the neighborhood. That means he is either still in the house somewhere, or he never made it home Saturday.
But, I'll be honest with you. I think he still could have left the house.
You do? Not get on camera?
I do.
How come?
Because she's a PI.
It's just a feeling, honestly. I mean, and being in that area and knowing my cameras, and I just.
So again, we're going off her feelings and her thoughts. Why not the fact? Because listen, ma'am, I'm a higher PI investigating this case. So when I say something, I mean it. I'm sorry it doesn't go with your bias. I'm sorry it doesn't go with your need to conspirize off of this. But the fact of the matter is, I'm working it. I know it. There is no doubt in my mind that Sebastian could have left that day and not been seen on camera. So passive.
There are places where he could have avoided them, and I don't even know that he would have done it on purpose. But
it could have just happened.
Yeah,
could have just happened. So, okay, what about Katie Proudfoot saying he went out without any shoes? Let me just tell you what that screams to me, that he was running for his life.
What?
and Seth has said that he doesn't like to go out without shoes because he got bit by fire ants once or something.
So because Seth says that's now fact, And okay, all right. That means he was running for his life.
So what do you think of that?
I mean, I think that's strange.
Why do you say? I think it's strange that you just said that.
We now know how many pairs of shoes he did have. I know that was being like very protected by Katie for some reason, but he didn't have very many pairs of shoes. His feet were growing and he had
Mhm.
got a couple new pairs. Katie would throw out the old pairs pretty quickly. So it wasn't like, I mean, he just had a few pairs of shoes. So I think it was pretty easy to account for all of them. And apparently account for Chris's shoes too, because I know people have wondered if maybe he put his shoes on. So, I mean, I do think that's strange. It makes me think it wasn't a planned runaway.
Right.
And that maybe something triggered him or there was an altercation where he fight or flight just left,
And that's what I'm
I
thinking.
really don't think
Fight or flight, fight or flight. Could it be that he was set to go live with his father and do online schooling? Ooh, I don't know.
it was like, wait for mom to go to bed and then I'll sneak out.
Yeah.
Um,
Chasing said that
I think it was like, wait for mom to fight or flight just left,
and that's what I'm
I
thinking.
really don't think it was like, wait for mom to go to bed and then I'll sneak out.
Yeah.
Chasing
Why don't you think that, Chloe? How much do you know of Sebastian? Do you know him? All you know is what his father has told you. That's it.
said that he could have left through the back door. Now, if he left it through the back door, would he escape all the cameras that way, or would he get the cameras of the neighbors that were in the
he would
backyard?
escape a lot more cameras that way. Their backyard is fenced.
Mhm.
That doesn't mean he didn't go that way.
Okay.
I want to pause really quick because when they're talking about the shoes, right? Me too. I still walk around barefoot. It's me, Amberly. But I understand, different experiences, different people, different locations, all of that. I'm like a beach person, right? So I'm barefoot. But when we're talking about shoes, and I hear a lot of people saying, like, well, how would Katie know how many pairs of shoes Sebastian had? One, because she purchases them. I've heard people say, oh, well, I had shoes I didn't realize I had because they were behind this and, whatever. I've heard all of that. But that doesn't mean that the Proudfoots lived the way you guys lived, right? Maybe the Proudfoots were very organized. Excuse me. They seem to have had a routine, which a lot of people with autistic children do. They seem to have had their house, in a very well kept type of place. So just because you've had shoes everywhere doesn't mean everybody does. I don't know about all of you, but my child only has, 2 pairs of sneakers. And I know that. There's no like, you can't debate me on that. You can't say like maybe I had a pair. No. Do all of your kids have several pairs of shoes when they were little and their shoes were like $5-10? You get the little Walmart light up Paw Patrol ones for $11. Yeah. But now that they're older and they're wearing brand name ones that cost 100 to 150 each time, they don't have several pairs of shoes. Green's watching Seth recognizes the problem is that the coverage has been so negative towards Proudfoot, putting equal focus on Seth reads as an attack. Yeah. Instead of saying, yeah, because I'm not anti-Seth. I'm anti this whole Proudfoots are bad guys. That's what I'm anti. And it is social media that has made me feel this way. I'm just not going to ignore the red flags of Seth because it's popular to do. There are many red flags when it comes to Seth. Exactly, Kendra. Thank you.
Yeah.
Gotcha. There's been a couple of people mention this in chat, and this, I'll be honest, it really does kind of upset me. The reason why the private investigators are coming on and talking is to bring awareness about Sebastian. Okay, Chloe is not going to release any information that she has been trusted with, that she has been agreed not to release. But if we don't talk about it, and if we don't bring awareness to Sebastian, then people are going to forget. And I applaud Chloe and Heather for going on media and keeping Sebastian's case alive. Okay, so anybody in chat suggesting that what they're doing is wrong and hurting the case, no, it's helping the case. We have 1,300 people here in chat. Okay, and
how is she helping the case when nothing she has said has been a fact? We have only gone by her feelings, and she has no real solid answers to the things that we need. So how is this beneficial?
There's going to be thousands more download this talking about Sebastian. And we'll put Sebastian's picture up, and we've got the the tip line up. This is a way to keep Sebastian's case alive. If we don't, nobody will talk about it and everybody will forget. And then Seth will be doing an anniversary show every year begging people. So
we got to keep the drama alive. Hey, Buckle Bunny, we got to keep the drama alive to keep Sebastian alive. Is that the theory here, that was the theory people used when they kept posting the wells as well, right? Ugh. Jason, no, it does not. I know people who does construction. They will tell Chris to leave. But Jason, that's not true, because my brother-in-law is in construction. He has to be at the job site at 5 a.m. So just because you know of people in construction that don't work till 7, that doesn't mean that's how all construction is. With respect, that's just not true. It's just because that's your experience doesn't make it factual. I'm pretty sure it is dependent on the company, the location, the size of the project, how fast they need the project to be completed. You can't just go off all construction workers start at 7 a.m. I can tell you from experience outside of my house that construction was going on well before 7 a.m. This is a work site for St. Jude's. They want to get it done and quickly. Hey, be kind.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Chloe.
and I mean, I'll make a really quick point. I mean, you both know I don't get into all the crap.
No, you don't.
But private investigator doesn't mean I am not allowed to talk. It means I'm privately trained.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what
Not
people
the
are
prep.
getting the private and private investigator mixed up.
Right.
They think it means that you can't reveal your identity, and that's not the case.
Right. I don't love doing this. I do
No,
it.
you don't. I mean, I had to
yeah.
harass. And
She doesn't get caught up in all the stuff, which is what she's up. And she doesn't love doing this, but yet you're on News Nation. I mean, I think an hour after she was hired, she was up here on social media. So you're telling us you don't love this?
and stalk you. You know?
I don't like doing this, but you know, I think it's important.
Seems like
And
she's
I
having
hope
fun.
that it helps simmer down some of the crap.
Keisha Renee, that is what Chloe is doing. She's
That's
telling
right,
us what's
yeah.
going on, which is not a lot because the police won't reveal a whole lot. Ava wants to know, have the Proudfoots been willing to work with you?
Some.
Care to elaborate or no?
They've had conversations with us.
Mhm.
So the answer is yes. Yes. Yes, they've been willing to work with me because they conversed with me. Well, did this all right, so you have proof. Especially at the hospital. They don't like that. Okay, Jason, thank you for your expertise. We appreciate it. But when you resort to name calling, you kind of lose a lot of ground. Just saying.
And I think slowly they are having more. Yeah.
Do you think this has moved to a criminal investigation by the police?
You know, that whole email thing was strange.
Tell us what email thing. Tell us about
Well,
that.
several people had requested
Oh, that's right. That's right.
records, not just us. And they got similar emails that said criminal investigation.
So they couldn't release it because it was an ongoing criminal investigation.
And
Right.
and several people besides us received similar emails that said that.
Why does she keep asking, do you think? Instead of saying, do you know? I don't care what this PI thinks. I want to know what she knows.
Criminal can mean several different things, though. You know, it doesn't mean that Sebastian was murdered and his body is stashed away somewhere. Criminal can mean, you know, somebody is withholding 5 details about what happened. You know,
Right.
I mean, there's lots of charges that can come from a missing persons case, and it's not foul play.
Yep.
You know,
Right.
false reporting or withholding information. I mean, things like that. And that doesn't necessarily mean he was murdered. And
Exactly.
it can still be a criminal investigation.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. Let's see here. Let me just grab this really quick. Somebody asked, have you seen the video of Sebastian? The police haven't shown you any video, have they?
I have seen one video.
You have seen, and which one is that? Can you say?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let's see here.
The video that Seth has told us he's seen, the video of him at the restaurant. Hey, goody two shoes.
Now, I do remember, thank you, Evil Alaska, that Katie and Sebastian supposedly were at a relative's house on Sunday. Has that relative come forward and said, yes, they were here, I saw them, all of that?
Yeah, that was Chris's sister.
Okay.
And then I think they were also at a friend's that has,
Mhm.
yeah, I think early in the day.
This is what a lot of people are thinking, and I want to bring this up. Is it possible that someone is helping hide him?
You're so silly, Jason. You went from at a construction site to now being at a hospital. Cannot be on a job site, the hospital 2 hours early. Okay. Thank you, Jason. You solved it. So his alibi is a lie. Him passing a lie detector doesn't matter. All right.
And that someone doesn't trust Ellie, so they're just keeping him hidden.
I mean, everything at this point is a possibility. That's kind of low on my theory list. Along with him being groomed and taken away by somebody on the internet, that's pretty low on my theory list. But we only have breadcrumbs at this point, so anything is possible. But that's not a high priority.
And people are still bringing up his clothing. We are only assuming that the police have either collected clothing that he was wearing at some point, or they know what clothing he left in. But again, the police haven't said anything to you. They're not telling you what they've collected and what they've done.
No.
And that's the problem. So let's see here.
No, the problem is that Seth and this PI are all over social media. So the real problem, the root of the problem, is that they can't trust these two. And if you don't have a close working relationship with the police as a PI, then you're doing something wrong. That's it. Have they even proven that he did get home that night? I assume the police have, or be an entirely different storyline out here, right? I don't know. You could be there because of that ironic crane myself. I can arrive early if I choose.
Let's
Hey,
see.
Tess.
Let's talk about Chris and Katie Proudfoot for a moment. They came out early on and did some interviews, which to me I found very troubling, to be honest.
I wouldn't say early on. I mean,
Well,
a week after he went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, that's early on. I learned this. I was shocked.
Tess, never in my time on YouTube has anybody ever told me my mic was low. So I do appreciate that. Does it sound better? Do I need to go higher? Is the sound okay now? Is it too loud? Where St. Jude's is in Memphis, there are so many traffic cams. There's no way Ali doesn't know where he was. They have cameras that can see your face and place for tickers to mail you one. Right, Southern gal. It's fine, thank you.
I was shocked when I saw their interview because Chris Proudfoot was gleefully telling everybody that he hit Sebastian with a belt. And that made my blood run cold, to be honest.
He was gleefully telling everybody that he hit Sebastian. He was gleeful? Oh.
It really did. And it truly troubled me.
Gleeful.
Now that Chris and Seth are working together, and maybe you can't answer this, is Seth able to just put that aside and talk and work with Chris and trying to find Sebastian?
I think they are doing their best. I mean, there's water under the bridge. I mean, obviously, like they all.
Oh, Scott.
I think they're doing their best.
Stop it.
I'm not saying it's easy.
Right.
There's a lot of feelings.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. So, hold on, let me grab this here really quickly. You mentioned something earlier today about bringing in Q, C-U-E. What is Q?
It is a missing persons like SAR organization that's kind of up there with EquiSearch. They can provide massive resources with ATVs, drones, dogs, foot search, boats, divers, which, you know, we've brought in some of that, but not on the mass scale that we would like to. So we are in the works of bringing them in because they are, I mean, we have an incredible group of volunteers that, I mean, over probably a dozen of them have been with us for over a month.
Wow, for over a month. That's fantastic. Who got the TikTok guy to film the Seth? Then he flips hours later on the PFs. I don't know. Right, I didn't like it, but he wasn't gleeful. Well, there are reports of Seth beating Sebastian as well, but nobody ever talks about that, Shaggy. Nobody.
And they're there constantly. What do we need to do? Where are we going? You know, and they're doing their best, but that's not very many people in the grand scheme of like the acreage that needs to be covered, especially because the terrain is really hard.
Are you saying police haven't covered well enough? FBI, TBI, all the searchers? Are you saying nobody has done it well enough that they need you? Right, Tracy, I'm with you.
Yeah, that train is ungodly. So, okay, so you're hoping to bring them in. What's the latest?
I believe we are finishing reports and giving them private property permissions that we've gained. I don't have a timeline on when they'll come. Obviously, they don't just say, okay, we're coming. They plan before they get here. So, I mean, as soon as I have an update about that, I'll share it.
Okay. Jessica London wants to know, was it for sure Sebastian on the camera taking the trash out?
The sheriff's department says it is. I know Seth has said that he can't 100% tell. So I guess I can't answer that.
Okay.
Wow, because Seth says he can't tell. We're going to go ahead and say that you can't answer it. Again, does this woman have any actual facts or just feelings?
Lorna Burrell wants to know, why does it say last seen on Monday, February 26th? Didn't KP say she last saw him Sunday at 9 p.m.?
Hey, Solo.
I don't know where it says last seen Monday the 26th. I don't know where that would
I believe
be.
I've seen two different versions of the flyer
Mm-hmm.
that's been released by law enforcement. I mean, I think they're assuming he was in the home at midnight because that's when Katie went to bed.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to clear this up. 865 Picker said, why would Seth work with Chris and Katie if he feels they had something to do with it? Well, I don't think he is claiming that at the moment. He's putting all of that aside, correct?
Yeah. And I mean, you need to work with the person that last saw your child.
Right.
You know, he went on Peter Hyatt and it was great. I don't know if anybody watched it. Peter Hyatt is wonderful.
Yes, yeah.
But Katie holds the key out of everybody.
Mm-hmm. She does.
She does.
Mhm.
So you have to. I mean, you have to try to work with them, and
Yeah.
she holds all the information.
It's not going to do Seth any good to get out there.
I'm trying, Penny. I am so trying here.
Not all the information, but
Well,
you know,
yeah.
he holds the most information.
And if Seth got out there and started saying horrible things about him, it's not going to help find Sebastian. And he's
Seth has made a lot of money. Seth has been gifted a lot of money. Wait a minute, rewind that back.
The most information.
and if Seth got out there and started saying horrible things about him, it's not going to help find Sebastian. And he's right.
That's all Seth has done for over 30 days now, is say horrible things about Sebastian's parents that he loved. That is it. Absolutely, he has rabbit hutch. He absolutely has escalated the situation to where it is.
Right. And it's great that he's stepping back, that they're both stepping back to work toward finding Sebastian. Need some Z's wants to know, and I don't know if you know the answer to this, have the Proudfoots agreed to have the K9 search their house again?
I can't confirm that.
Okay. We don't know. And again, the police, why they're not saying anything is beyond me. Yes, Bonnie's Journeys, Chris and Kate and Seth are now communicating, correct? They're still communicating.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people are asking, you're saying that's low on your list. The theory is low on your list. What's high on your list of theories?
Honestly, the only two theories I have are Sebastian walked out of the house. And I don't mean,
Mhm.
like I said, I mean, I think there was an altercation. I think there's some information that hasn't been shared. If that's the case, I don't think he just snuck out in the middle of the night to run away. It didn't seem very planned.
No.
And if that's the case, I do believe he is very close to home still.
Right.
Statistically, I mean, I think I talked to you about this before we went on.
Mhm.
So they had a conversation before they went live, before they went public. Okay. So here's the other thing that people are forgetting, because on one hand, they want us to remember that Sebastian is autistic. And then on the other, they want us to believe that in order for him to run away, he had to have had it planned. Why can't it be the fact that he is autistic and he didn't plan and he left the house and he is on? You know how many cases there are of autistic children running, in quotations, running away and being later found?
Kaylana Turner, who was missing for over 400 days outside of Houston. I mean, they had massive searches. Texas Echo Search came in several times. She was found on the same road she went missing from.
Isn't that amazing? And that road had been searched, right?
Oh, yeah. And I mean, it's assumed that she was deceased pretty much that whole time. And there's no foul play involved. So, I mean, I understand. And I've gotten these comments. Why are you still searching here? Why are you still in Hendersonville? He's not in Hendersonville. You do not know that.
Nobody knows that. Nobody knows where he is, or he wouldn't be missing.
No. And I mean, law enforcement has, obviously had massive searches, but things get missed.
Yeah. And in fact, Stacey, tell us the story about the girl in England, because that's a great example of things getting missed.
So yes, in England, there was a young girl named Tia Sharp, a young teenager who she was staying at her grandma and her step grandpa's house. And so one day, the grandpa said that she had taken off to go down shopping to get some new shoes, some flip-flops.
All right, let's take a break. My child was found in a doghouse cuddling with a dog. Oh, I'm glad she was found. Seth has a problem with someone from AccuSearch. Seth has a problem with a lot of people. I've had cringe feelings first time I saw Seth. I feel it's horrible. I feel YouTubers have hurt Chris and Katie too while they were on panel. Absolutely. Unfortunately, YouTube could be a great tool to help find a child, but people care more about drama than they do child. That is fact. With Dave Radar, same with Dylan Browns. He was found very close to where he was last seen. But Seth started, he knew where Sebastian was, just did not have the resources. Do I have that wrong? No, you're right. That was stated. Many autistic kids. One just was found after 4 months, I believe. Yes. Sometimes they will just keep walking or running with no direction. But if that was the case, I feel they would have found him by now. They're saying the terrain's rough out there. My daughter was found asleep inside her toy chest. Remember the boy that skipped school and he went and was it on his own? In his own chimney or somebody else's? I remember it, just distinctly remember this story. But he was very close to home when he was found.
And then, grandma came home. Tia didn't come home, so they called and reported her missing. And there was absolutely no sightings of her at all. Nobody saw her anywhere. And so finally, the police, like I said, searched it many times, and they went back and did a forensic search eventually, and they found Tia wrapped up, stuffed up in the attic, what we call an attic.
Right.
All the stories that PI could have used, like the ones we just stated, where the child returned home, where the child was later found, instead, she uses the story where the child is found in the attic, deceased.
And she was deceased.
And
So-
she'd been there the whole time. And they'd search the house and search the house. It's so frustrating. So that can happen. Melissa Hart wants to know, have they checked the drains at the construction site?
I mean, to my knowledge, they have.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Cheryl Reed wants to know, is it true that living room lights flickered and a neighbor saw a silhouette around 3 a.m.? Have you heard that?
I do not know. I know that he's seen turning the lights on in his bedroom after he takes the trash out, and maybe once again, but I don't think it was 3 a.m.
So again, she doesn't have any facts to give us. Seth, I did. I played it here, Rabbit Hutch. We did that one a few weeks ago. Many people aren't listening to that. Many people don't care about that. They care more about the Proudfoots and just bashing them and putting them down, which tells me people care more about the drama than the safety or the facts surrounding Sebastian.
It was earlier in the night.
I'm getting a lot of questions in chat. What's your second theory? Yes, go.
Foul play. I mean,
Of some sort.
yeah.
Of some sort. Okay.
On one hand, she's like, I don't like this. Right? I don't like this. On the other, this is her the inside.
What's your
Second
second
theory?
theory? Yes, go.
I just want to point out, if you haven't, please hit the thumbs up. I also want to point out that at the end of the day, the only reason this panel is together right now is because there is a 15-year-old child missing. Okay, 15-year-old child missing. Why, as a professional, are you this giddy when discussing the fact that a child was found deceased and we're looking for a child? Why is she so giddy? What was so funny that was stated there? Anybody?
A lot of questions in chat. What's your second theory? Yes, go.
Foul play. I mean,
Of some sort.
yeah.
Of some sort. Okay, let's see. We've kept you here an hour. We're not going to keep you much longer than 4 or 5 hours. So just
We can
hang
talk
on.
for a long time, but I'd probably end up getting in trouble. So,
And, no, we understand. And again, we really appreciate you and Heather. Thank you, Heather, for coming to chat. We appreciate.
To be fair, New Jersey Robin, the PI doesn't have any facts, just feelings. We have not gotten one fact out of this PI this entire conversation thus far.
Appreciate it. There are a lot of people commenting about what I'm thinking. And that is Chris Proudfoot seems to, in my opinion, control Katie. I don't know if you even want to comment on that, and maybe it's unfair for me to ask. Do you have any comments on how the Proudfoots have presented themselves?
I understand that. No, I don't really want to comment on it.
Okay.
What finally, lady, finally, you put on your professional position and you say, I don't want to comment on it. Hey, Gavel Geeks, because you shun it.
That's fine.
Only because I feel like we're maybe getting to a place that we can refocus finally again and lay
Right. You don't want to
down.
comment.
And so I don't want to stir anything up.
I understand. I
To
understand.
focus on finding Sebastian, and that's what's
Yeah.
important. Yep.
Exactly. I'm just attracted.
This one is way more professional than this one. This one's like, well, we're finally good working, so I don't want to ruin anything. Let's gossip about it behind the scenes. Where this lady's like, this is about Sebastian, not the Proudfoots.
Trashy person. I go in.
No, you're good. I mean, you're good.
Yep.
I don't want to stir anything up.
I understand. I
To
understand.
focus on finding Sebastian, and that's what's
Yeah.
important. Yep.
Exactly. I'm just a trashy person. I go in.
No, you're good. I mean, you're good.
Well, you said it. You said it, lady.
Tracy Witt wants to know, did the police check the roof of the school? I've got to assume they did, you know?
I mean, I would assume they did. You can see the roof of the school if you're in the parking lot. But,
Right.
Yeah.
And I want to put this comment up here. It was really good if I can find it, about how everything just needs to be recanvassed.
Again, assume. I don't want assumptions from a PI.
Everything. Here it is,
Yeah.
Daisy Rose. And don't you agree with this?
Yeah, I
Chloe?
mean,
Yes.
that's what
Yep.
we've been trying to do.
That's what
Right.
she's been doing.
But it takes time because, law enforcement releases this massive search and they don't
Oh,
have to ask permission to go
thank you,
anywhere.
Katie. I didn't
know,
realize
um,
that.
I,
thought she
as a
was
private
hosting
investigator, can still
PIs.
get trespassed. So I have to have consent to be on people's properties. Also, there's a lot of guns in Tennessee.
A lot of people
So
with them. I know.
so it takes a little bit longer sometimes.
You've got to be careful.
Yeah.
I want to rephrase this question. Do you think Ellie is protecting somebody, and that's why they're not telling you information? I'm trying to figure out why they're not.
They're protecting Sebastian, you asshole. With utmost respect, they are protecting Sebastian by not releasing information to these panel seekers. Good golly. Who else would they be protecting? Chris Proudfoot? Katie? We're going to go into the conspiracy that they were paid off? Come on. Look at her face like she has to think about
Rephrase
it.
this question. Do you think Ellie is protecting somebody, and that's why they're not telling you information? I'm trying to figure out why they're not.
They are not silent.
Mhm.
Right.
They are telling us things.
But there's a lot they're not telling you that you would think they normally would.
Yeah, there's a lot they are telling us though.
Isn't it weird, though, that she just said there's a lot of guns, Tamara? Well, there couldn't be a case where Sebastian in the early mornings was, running from his home and somebody mistaked him on their property as a trespasser. And maybe that's what happened. And maybe it's not a case of the Proudfoots or Seth being guilty, but somebody somewhere made a mistake and they're not owning up to it. Is that just not a good enough theory because it doesn't label the Proudfoots bad guys? She herself just said there's a lot of guns, right? She herself just said trespassing and this and that. Well, I mean, she didn't say trespassing, but that's what she's implying. So she's scared to go on properties. It is very plausible, sadly.
I don't think they're protecting.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good to know. Hold on. Did you ever get permission from the federal property that everyone was kicked off of the beginning? Did you ever get permission to go on that property? Do you know what they're talking
I
about?
was not on that property.
Okay. Do you want to go back there? Are you trying to go back there?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. SP Mama, this is a great question. Do you know
Well, they are. Katie is on camera searching for Sebastian. That's the only time, Stacy.
of any other, I just lost it, missing 401 cases in the area?
Oh man, missing in Sumner in that county.
Yes.
I mean, in Middle Tennessee, it's a lot.
Yeah. I mean,
We have
and
a problem
Tennessee-
here. I'm not really sure what's going on, but I'm exhausted.
Well, and Tennessee is Summer Wells. I mean, that's the state, but it's Summer Wells. Let's see. Justice Lovey says, whomever did this is very comfortable. He won't be found, but just to be safe, wouldn't the person maybe hide him nearby so they can continue to be relaxed? I'm sure you've thought of those types of
Thought of
theories.
everything. Yeah. No, I haven't thought of everything or I would have found it. But, trust me, I'm not tunnel visioned here.
No, we understand that.
You're certainly tunnel vision. You have your eyes on one person. Are you guys okay in the chat if we fast forward to where Chris comes up? Or do we want to keep listening to this roundabout of same questions, no answers, and basically speculation? Sadly, Katie and Chris can't go out searching. Could you imagine what a circus it would be if some of these people saw them searching? Even searchers were saying they didn't feel safe searching anymore. Please fast forward. Thank you. I at least wanted you to say it. I'm doing it. Here we go.
Yes. Okay, so who do we have here? Who do we have here? I've put you on the
How do you not know who it is there?
on the platform.
You have me and Chris.
Hi, Chris Proudfoot.
Hello.
I really appreciate you coming here.
You knew it was Chris. Shut up. You knew it was Chris. We know who's backstage. Knock it off. Knock it off. Why did they have cameras up until a certain date? I don't know. Maybe the cameras weren't working, and then because people saw the cameras, they assumed they had cameras, so then they took the cameras down to stop the speculation that they had cameras, despite the fact that they had cameras that weren't working. I don't know.
I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Well, very.
Oh, I
Talk
wonder.
to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. Don't speak to this man like he's an idiot. Like he didn't watch the entirety of your show. He didn't see the questions you were highlighting, the remarks you were making, the disgusting comments that were in your chat. How dare you insult him like that? We don't want to make you angry. I just talked shit about you for the past, I don't know, hour and 14 minutes. Unbelievable. How condescending.
You and Seth, I swear to God.
Well,
So
I can understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay,
Absolutely.
let's talk about it.
So,
Round of applause for Seth. Chris, absolutely. I'd be pissed too, Reese Cup.
so let me go ahead and address a few things and help y'all out.
Okay.
Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me.
Ooh. Ooh. What? What did he just say? Because you're the PI, you haven't even called me. Didn't she just say when somebody asked if the Proudfoots are working with you, she kind of like did like a cocky thing and said, kind of. Really? So now we find out you haven't even contacted him, but you're going to sit up there and smear him as if he's not helping. Oh,
Okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things and help y'all out.
Okay.
Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything, first off.
Heather has been
Heather is the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you
actually
to
reached
sit on this
out to
show
you
and sit
a
here
month
and
or
give
so ago.
information that you have, that you don't have all the answers to, is a problem.
Okay, well, Chris.
I'm going to agree with him more. For you to sit up there and answer these questions that you don't have the answers to is part of the problem. Absolutely what we have been saying this whole time. She has given us her feelings and her assumptions as a PI and not facts. PIs should have facts. And if you don't have facts, you shouldn't be on a panel as if you do.
Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation.
You know Chloe because you spoke to her before your little show got started. That's how you know Chloe. Really?
And the problem is...
Okay, I understand that. So let me just smash something real quick.
Smash it, Chris.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say.
Amen.
That'd be like me splashing all your business out to the world.
Facts. Do you want your relationship dug into, Miss Chloe? Miss Web Sleuthers? Of course not. None of us want our personal lives dug into, especially our relationships. That is so disrespectful.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right.
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son.
Ooh, how fucking dare you? How dare she interrupt him and say, your stepson? And you know what? If he would have said, we're looking for my stepson, they would have been like, well, why don't you consider him a son, Chris? You didn't love him as much as you loved your daughter? Wow. How disrespectful are you? Ew.
We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right.
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son. All the kids are treated as if they're your own. There is no title, a stepson, a son. It does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
No.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you
That
why
was
people
so
are
low.
asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing.
0 Jules, I think that comes down to a lot of different things, and that's our personal, you know, I don't know. That's a personal preference, right? That comes down to what you're comfortable with. In the beginning of this case, Seth himself referred to Chris as his dad. Seth himself has said it. And if he would have came out here and he would have said, you know, my stepson, they would have tore him apart to say that. He would have been torn apart for saying that. This guy can't win for losing.
And they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian.
Well, why isn't anybody digging into Seth's personal life? Was Seth dating anybody? What was Seth doing?
And
Okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
okay,
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly, you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay, and I understand, and I hear what you're saying. But again,
Funny, this PI is pretty quiet. Right, we're not going to talk about any of that, Katie. None of that matters. Only Chris, who wasn't in town. Ah,
So let me help y'all with something. 'Cause
okay,
y'all said some shit that's really, y'all have no, it's really none of your damn business. But since you brought it up, I'm clear it.
okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think
Why my
anybody said
parents
that.
went to Alaska was
That is
because
not-
my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody's
don't insult this man and say nobody said that, because they certainly were saying it all over your chat. Don't you dare insult him right now like he is a moron. They were saying it.
said they went 2 days after he went
Oh
missing.
no,
They
it's
said-
out there. Trust me, because I have
Okay,
terabytes.
I did not say that.
Nobody
say
said that
you.
here.
I
Okay,
said people.
okay.
Now I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here saying some vile stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
But
Trust
let's
me. What I'm bringing.
You know what? I would love to have Chris up here. Linda, you know what? It's funny you say that, because I like the fact that some of these true crime creators that care so much for these kids don't even care for their own. Let that sink in. How much can these creators care about these missing children if they abandoned their own? And yes, I said it.
To you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No, and Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a
So,
good.
and by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay,
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him. But it's
Don't forget either. These are the step grandparents, right? They're not even related. So on one hand, you want Chris to be recognized as a stepfather. What is his father's not supposed to work, or his parents not supposed to work? They don't all have GoFundMes. Bills don't stop accumulating. Who's paying their bills so they don't have to go to Alaska, so they don't have to go work?
really nobody's business.
well, but Chris, let me, and please understand. I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding,
Stop swearing at God. You are not. You're coming from a place of bias.
because I've been doing this for years. Okay, here's the thing: when you ask,
Have you ever had a missing child to be doing this for years? Do you know where he's coming from? You do not. You do not.
ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian.
Ugh.
And let me from an outsider looking in, It's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did he?
Yes, for work. For work. That's it. There was a reason. They had to go to work. She is patronizing. She really is. They had to go to work. I've been ripping families apart for years. I mean, but they're not even looking into Seth. Seth's just their friend.
Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that
It is the damage they have done, Mrs. Fletcher, that makes me feel like the Proudfoots need a friend. The Proudfoots need somebody that knows that we are still here for Sebastian. We're not here for Seth Rogers. We are here for Sebastian Rogers. And that we, luckily, some of us still believe in innocent until proven guilty. They have the whole world against them, and I don't think it's fair.
that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you, we've all been asked to help.
You guys want to see what her chat is saying right now? She's promising. Oh, and chat is disabled. Why is that? Why is the chat now disabled? Because it was hurtful and mean. That's why. Because it was despicable.
Help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
But
It is
your
not
problem with
meant.
thinking outside of the box
Mhm.
does nothing but cause speculation. And it causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery.
Right. And why are you speaking up, Miss PI, and saying this is facts? Yes, you are wasting the TBI resources by calling in your stupid speculation that these stupid ass creators put out there.
own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff? Not
Okay.
you. I'm saying the public.
And so that, Chris, that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris.
If they wanted to clear it up and help Chris get the information out there, they would not have started it off the way they did, which was personal questions about Chris and his family. Ugh.
When it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that. But
It doesn't
And I
matter,
do,
though.
You don't think correcting your chat isn't help? That's what I'm saying, Revival. She doesn't think having her chat spout out those rumors isn't harmful. All it takes is for one idiot to read a comment and take it as factual.
I did want to
That
clear
does
it up.
not
Chris.
matter.
I
Doesn't
did want
matter
to clear it
one
up,
iota.
Chris. I
Chris?
did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Then how are you saying, if he never read your message, how are you saying that he answered it publicly? How?
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's
I'm
fine. I
not-
just want to make
Yeah.
it
How full do you think this man's Facebook Messenger is with people that are treating him like shit? I've had it on such a smaller scale that I couldn't even open up my email. So I can't imagine him intentionally not opening up his messenger. This shit's traumatizing.
clear that
Can I explain to you?
yeah.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
Mhm.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and asked me to ask.
So you took it public first, ma'am, and he responded publicly. Okay.
My question publicly because you wanted whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What
I
was the
asked my
question that you asked me? Since I neglected your question,
And
what
that's not
was
what
your
I'm
question?
saying. That's
That
not
is
what I'm
what you
saying.
said.
I want to make it clear that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
Via Facebook Messenger as a PI, that's your way to reach out. Whatever happened to good old fashioned knocking on the door? Would any of you want to talk to this PI through messages? Come to my face, ma'am. You know where my house is. Knock on my door and approach me like a professional.
And Chris,
And even if they're not home, which I know would be the next answer, everybody knows where they're at. They're being stalked. We know where they are.
I know you're mad. God, I can feel it. I can hear it, and I understand it.
Oh, you understand it now? If they're letting your chat and yourself drag him for filth.
You've got to believe me when I tell you this. Please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything. And anybody.
Oh, does it? You were highlighting them. Yeah, even the cat's like, shut up, Mom. You're lying. You're highlighting the comments. It doesn't piss you off. You were feeding it. You were feeding a frenzy. It was your words that said, I'm trashy.
That knows me knows
It
that.
pisses you off?
Right.
You're not in our shoes.
I know.
You haven't been in our shoes.
Okay, well, you don't know that, but I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child. No. But
round of applause, because once again, instead of just saying, you know what, you're right. You were so right, Chris. The way I treated you and your family was despicable. The way I highlighted comments in my chat speaking about you was horrific. I understand why you're angry. I sure do. Very well for the hour for knowing nothing more than us. Yep.
But believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you. All right. Anybody here in this chat that asked about a cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just
wait, I thought that wasn't even a mention. Huh. I was looking for my cat.
Tell us.
Exactly. And my question comes back to,
hey, Vic,
where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
And
that's a $1 million question. I don't know.
Yeah. You don't know? You don't know? Put a 1 in the chat if you know. It comes from chats like yours. It comes from the comments like yours. That's where it comes from.
Online.
Let's clear it up. let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
You're saying, I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry. I said that. There's a lot of
Stacy.
crazy people online. And just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages. I reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too, to see if we could help in any way. So.
Yeah, but
help how? By hosting panels like this? That's so kind of you, Chloe.
Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm telling you.
Hey, Megan.
Please let us help you, okay? We're not here to point fingers at you or whatever, but the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris.
What a lie. The problem is you're lying to this man's face as if he's an idiot. You are being so condescending to him. What a lie.
When the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately, this never used to be a problem, never, until social media. And it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible.
And you'll be the first one to admit that you've added to it then, because you said you've been doing this for years.
Terrible. But let us help you clear it up, okay? So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home. Is that right?
Face.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, everybody stop with that bullshit. All right.
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property.
Mm-hmm.
We don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're millionaires or something. Like we've got this money growing off trees. Which,
that's not,
by the way, it'd be great.
Hold on. That's not my cat, Pristine. That ain't my cat doing that. Nope. My cat's right here on the screen playing with the ball. She's fine. That's not mine. That's her cat. Her cat's telling on her. She's like, you're lying. PI put out stuff that should have never been put out, like the relationship stuff that doesn't help find Sebastian, let alone squash some of the turmoil. The PIs aren't doing this because they care so much. They're milking. Right. She just said that she was on News Nation. The minute she was hired as the PI, she was on panels. No, I'm not even exaggerating. I mean, seriously, she immediately went onto social media.
If we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
Right. No, I understand. No, I completely understand.
Katie worked extremely hard for what she had. According to YouTube Yahoos, this family is rich enough to buy off local cops, TBI, FBI, Secret Service, plus they own a funeral home, real estate empire, construction company, work in LE, private jets, private planes, homes all over the world.
Okay. But understand, when the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
You hearing that, families? So the next time somebody like Chloe or Web Sloobs or any of these, public PIs reach out to you, just know this is the way it works. If you reach out to the public for help, they are allowed to destroy you in this format. Hasn't it always been since whatever? You know what? That's sad to say. That's sad to say that if you ask us for our help, we're allowed to tear you apart. Why aren't they tearing apart? And listen, I don't want them to tear apart Seth, but why aren't they treating him the same exact way?
Worst nightmare.
or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said, yes, the people at Web Sleuths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay.
Oh, really?
But hey guys,
but he can't have that same experience with you, Kenny. Because he just read your chat for over an hour and 15 minutes, tearing him apart.
I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him.
But you're
okay,
adding
and his
to
family.
It,
I get the anger.
but you're
So we're
adding
going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on.
She's already driven.
Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message I sent you.
Why? That doesn't matter.
So this was March 17th.
So March 17th, she reaches out to him in a private message, and because he acknowledges that he didn't see it, instead of saying, well, could you do me a favor, Chris? I know I led all these people, these 3,000 people, to believe that you're kind of speaking with me, but the fact is you never spoke with me. So could you do me a favor when this ends? Could we exchange phone numbers? Maybe go check out your messenger. This is my name. Maybe go look for the message and we can go from there. Instead, she's going to read out her message publicly. You know why? Because she cares more about public opinion.
Afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, it's in a chat you're in March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee private investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is? Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in, and I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them to be able to.
Oh, I can't even stand it. I can't even stand it. To a stranger on Facebook. To a stranger on Facebook.
when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
Oh, I am
angry,
too. I'm thrilled. I'm
even though he's
absolutely thrilled.
I bet you are thrilled. I bet you are thrilled. I bet you're all thrilled that he is here on this panel to give you all the content instead of taking this private and saying, you know what, Chris, why don't we do a private StreamYard with me, you, Seth, and we can absolutely talk this out.
I'm glad he's here, and I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's address something real quick with your
Okay.
viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
This is where, if Crime Sleuthin gave any two shits for the way she's claiming to Chris she cares, she would have turned off the chat. What makes him drunk and belligerent? Did anybody sense that he was drunk and belligerent? I hear an exhausted man tired of being drugged through the mud and filth when his son is missing. That's what I hear. Absolutely what I hear.
Hey, everybody, if any, okay, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game,
No.
then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or
This is called fair usage for the person that's emailing me that you're going to have Web Sleuth strike me. This should be about Sebastian. It shouldn't even be about, playing a stream. I am doing it under fair use. I never said she hasn't helped children in Mrs. cases. I never said she doesn't help work with cops, lawyers, nation, anything. I disagree with the way this was handled. I never said she makes money. I don't care if she makes money. I make money on YouTube. She can make all the money she wants on YouTube. That is not my business. I disagree with the way this was handled. That's it. It is fair criticism, okay? I'm glad she's a good friend. I'm glad she does a lot of work for missing children. You can contact her. She can try to do a strike against me. It won't look well, and I don't care. I don't care. The fact of the matter is this panel was handled the wrong way.
turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them. Kick them out.
I did.
Okay?
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me,
That is so nice that it took for him to come up on panel to say that. But respectfully, she should have said it from the beginning. She should have said it at the beginning. Even after everyone else drops off the live stream, the panel host and co-host stayed live trashing CP's anger issues. I didn't even get there. Oh, Trisha Wesley, she has a huge online platform. It's a great place to her channel remains fairly small. She doesn't monetize on here. I acknowledged that in the beginning, Jason. I said Web Sleuths often has great panel guests and gets overlooked because there is no drama. That she is classy and she keeps things the right way. I just happen to disagree with the way this one panel was ran. I don't think it was fair that she showed clear biasm against the Proudfoots, highlighted and pinned comments that were not going to help Sebastian anyway. She admittedly herself said she wanted to speak more about the Proudfoots in their personal lives. I disagree with the way this one was ran. I don't disagree with Web Sleuths entirely. I think she has done fantastic work. I acknowledge that the chat was well bigger than she's ever expected it to be. But this is part of, fair criticism. That's it.
just say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly. Okay. So that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk, because guess what, folks?
Facts.
I could read the comments that you post.
I know, and I'm telling you.
Right. He can see the comments. He's not stupid. They're being highlighted. How would you feel if this were you? It's insulting.
Everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us? Anybody?
And the other part of this is if it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it. Absolutely.
Right. So she's admitting there that she asked a lot of questions, the drama questions that the PI wouldn't discuss. He's right. His personal details, his personal relationship has nothing to do with Sebastian. I mean, it does in a way, but it's not for public consumption. You don't think the police asked everything? You don't think the actual ones investigating this know their answers?
Because
Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's
It
been
is.
missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly.
Exactly. Coming on, she was definitely caught off guard, but she does show clear bias towards Seth, to be fair.
Exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves. But
Absolutely.
I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own
Well, but Chris,
and
let me
read
tell
stuff.
you,
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said,
Oh, I completely understand that, New Jersey Robin, but I think the fact that she was highlighting particular comments is part of the anger that Chris is displaying right now. You know, I mean, she was highlighting them.
at his
Yes,
house, he didn't need
yes,
it.
you are correct. No,
and so-
you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Mhm.
You just hit the nail on the head.
Which is that Seth brought it up.
Seth has opened his mouth.
Mhm.
He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. And he
Yeah.
needs to learn how to close it because, quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Fact.
Right, and you know what? But Chris,
But Chris, nobody wants to blame Seth because they like Seth. So nobody wants to look at what he's done. Nobody wants to look at the damage he has caused. Instead, they want to focus on Chris, and that is part of the problem here. They are all suspects. Nobody is cleared.
let's keep it that way because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That
Okay.
that Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth very calmly,
Fair
very
enough.
respectfully, we were having a good conversation while everybody stood behind me and would snap the little pictures and stuff. Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not a aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one.
Hmm.
But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting and he's blaming Katie, my wife.
And that is true. After they agreed to now work together going forward, that is absolutely true. Oh, Spitfire, whatever it is, gets worked out. It's exactly the wrong thing to do when his anger is very much warranted.
For Sebastian's disappearance. Now,
Mhm.
unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth.
And
Because
I
all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
say that everybody is grieving and handling this situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point. I do think, you know, in the last week, we've been trying to build a bridge. And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect. But I think if we can all just refocus and
Right, but panels like this isn't helping refocus when you're refocusing the focus onto the Proudfoots and not onto Sebastian.
try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something that y'all don't get a chance to see. Because unfortunately, we're meeting on a very bad circumstance.
Mhm.
Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it, which is the job he currently has.
See, they were friendly at one point. They liked each other. This is Web Sleuths, Irish Rainbow. They got along until the YouTube vultures got their claws into Seth because they needed a villain. Just like with every missing child's case, they pick and choose who's the hero, who's the villain, and then the plot continues.
Okay.
Now, he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, "Thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me. That I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time." But
Okay.
y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me and tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, "Look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met."
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's how Chris is. I think Chris is just very aggressive. I think Chris is a go-getter. He doesn't, a lot of times, and ironically enough, a lot of times people think that I'm this mean, nasty person because I'm very forthcoming. I don't, I'm not going to pussyfoot around. We're not going to be passive. I'm going to directly say how I feel. And that is exactly how Chris is. It doesn't make him angry. It doesn't make him aggressive. He's just a straightforward type of guy. That's it. But he is angry in this instance. I mean, come on.
I have been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay. Well, again, if I could just step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but what has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. We could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot.
This is the other PI, right? Just making sure. This is the other PI that I know. I've been hearing frogs the whole time. Hey, Tessa, good morning. He is military, right? I mean, he's just very forthcoming.
Really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian because the anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not truly all anger. It's discipline.
No, and I'm not saying that. And I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying at this point, it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
Yeah, and it's like an energy vampire.
Why does it take for Chris to come up and confront them, for them to suddenly be like, well, let's take this back to, Sebastian? Well, wait, you just spent an hour mainly highlighting and asking questions about Seth. About Chris and his wife, not about Sebastian.
Right. And we're all tired. And I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to what you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope.
I don't think comparing yourself to being as tired as the father of a missing child is fair at all.
You can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said that from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No, that was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I think it's great that you're telling us now.
Right. And, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took it and passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
Do you hear what he's saying? The day he took the test and passed it, Seth was notified that he took it and passed it. So imagine how angry he is to hear Seth saying the things he continued to say since that Tuesday.
And okay, well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I have listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best.
Okay. So you passed the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian, you or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no. And I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson. Okay, which, again, another thing which is kind of funny that you bring this up, because Some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down.
Right. I mean, look, he's angry. I'm glad he was able to get on here and say these are lies. Seth knows it's a lie. Nothing's being answered. That's what I want to know, Irish Rainbow Things. He passed an alibi. I mean, he has an alibi. He passed a lie detector. What more do they need from this man? It's confirmed.
Mhm.
If you got it, post it. Because
Oh, I
if you
agree.
ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean,
Right.
I'll say on record from myself, I have never seen that.
And I
Exactly.
also want to
Because
say,
it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
and I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie, Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, all we're
Well, that's so nice. She now gets on panel to say that. Did I call her Irish? I'm sorry, Iris. I'm sorry. I'm reading the chat and listening and sorry. Why does it take for him to come up for her to say, and by the way, Katie has said, make sure people hand out flyers. This is the problem.
we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the words, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old.
What do you
Instead
think
of when
that
you
is?
see something, you pick up the phone immediately
Right.
and you call the cops.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend.
Right.
Right. Don't call a YouTuber, Don't run into a chat box and say it and let it go down the line. If you have actual information, call it in. They have changed their tune that
Say,
week.
hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only, and make your report
And
immediately.
I will say, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't want you to think we're not
for the record,
passing
right?
tips
So
to law
for the record, I think what folks need to understand, because no, y'all don't know, y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't, and I understand that, and it's.
Right. You don't have all the information. You're not entitled to all the information.
I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wish we truly could, but unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything. You don't expect to get a call back from
Right.
law enforcement, period. Don't.
Right.
Mhm.
Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single callback when they're looking for missing children, not just ours.
Right. This is what people forget. The police are working a lot more cases than just this one. They are busy. And when you're calling up their lines, why do you expect to get a call back? I mean, come on. Again, this isn't a reality show. This is actual real life. This is real police doing real police work that continues with the look for Sebastian and all the other things they're handling.
But there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement.
Absolute facts. Absolute facts. You do not get the answers despite how much you think you're entitled.
And it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm
Yes, let's do this.
Okay, BW.
That's what he's here for. Let's do it. Let's clear it all up tonight. Yep, sure. I asked the internet. I asked the public for help. The public's now tearing me apart. So let me get a chance to clear my name. Stop feeding into the frenzy because you dislike me. It's that simple.
You
Good for
says,
him.
Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm gonna tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably in the state with a number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet tail I am. You can bet on it.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There you go. But then they'll still go with Seth, who says, I believe they're being paid off. I believe they're not looking. I don't think they care.
I don't think, I mean, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start on one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of course.
You have to keep in mind
They already have, Meg. They absolutely already have.
how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that. I mean, it
I can imagine. I mean, that's because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset and every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah,
It's
I
not.
understand. I want to read you a comment, and I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have. And I refused to release it because
Court documents on, let me ask you this, on who?
Court documents. Wait, is she really expecting Chris to say right now, thank you for not releasing court documents to the feed and frenzy as a PI that is going on the internet right now? Is she really looking for like some type of praise for that? Right, Katie B. Why would that even be mentioned right now? That's so bizarre to me.
Me, Seth, Katie. Okay.
I refused to release it because number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also,
when she was young?
Yeah.
So why are you mentioning it now? Oh my goodness. When she was young. Wow.
Yes.
Okay, so let me
finish and I referred to the Michael Vaughn case where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Okay, so we can guess what this is, right, guys? We can guess exactly what this is. And you have to also bring up Michael Vaughn. I mean, come on. This was gross. This was so mean. Why would you even bring it up now?
Yes, they did.
By the public.
Wow.
For a very long time. And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe.
They didn't.
Now they have proof. But they just got slaughtered. And if people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Yeah. Tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome.
And I've dealt with that. I've dealt with YouTube lawyers that know better than lawyers and actual judges and attorneys, and it's infuriating. I couldn't even imagine having it on his scale. So here she is. She's just going to go ahead and bring that up anyway. So all the YouTube sleuths go and try to slew that out, and we can all, go ahead and conspirize on what we think that information was. Although it's pretty obvious to me what it was. So you had to bring that up. Why bring that up? Why does it matter what she did as a teenager? Why is that relevant here?
You to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love for you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
Oh, I know it's not helping, but this goes back
get the
to
public
what's
on
being
your
asked.
side. Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because I
But that's
know
just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
There it is. Oh my goodness. You can dislike Chris all you want. You can think he's guilty, he's abusive, he's blunt, he's this, he's that, he used the belt, whatever you want. But he is right. This isn't about sides. He doesn't want the public on his side. He wants the rumors to stop and the speculation to go back, the speculation to stop and the focus to go back on Sebastian. That's all he's asking.
Exactly, and that's
This is not.
that's what we're
This is
trying
about
to do.
Sebastian.
You know,
it is. But
are
if
you
we're
team
not,
this, that, I'm Team Sebastian. You
Same.
know, I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side,
The
you
other
want the
side.
public's help. You need the public's help.
It's really disheartening with as much work as Web Sleuths has done that she continues throwing in his face that, you know, you asked the public for help. You need our help. So basically take our slander. I mean, why does that have to keep being thrown in his face? He's right. Right there, she should have said, you know what? You are right. You are right. This isn't about sides. I'm getting caught up in all of the shit. Ooh. And that's not what we are here for.
Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacey? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. You know, we don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money the show makes.
No, I make no money.
We don't make money. We're not
make
monetized.
zero money.
It's not
And we
monetized.
don't
Not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No,
We do not
we're not.
monetize. We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah, and
Web
Chris,
Sleuths
So
that's
is
the
why
reason why I
completely
asked
show I
that,
will go on.
That's a fair question for him to ask because he feels like a lot of people have profited off of this discussion. It is refreshing to know Web Sleuths hasn't. I can understand why he would feel that way and ask that question.
It's completely free,
Well,
and the website is as well.
Well, no
right,
advertising.
so the
on
reason
our
why
website,
I'm asking that question, okay,
nothing.
is because if people are true to what they say in their heart, especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers,
Yeah.
the shows that make this money.
Yeah.
I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't, like I
But-
said, we make
Yeah,
zero
we don't
money. It
make
costs
money.
us money to
And
do
I
it.
appreciate it and I respect
Yeah.
that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So
I don't think he's concerned about the wrong things, Kara. I think that was just a part that came up in it. I don't think by any means he's concerned about the wrong things. I think he's concerned about the fact that these speculations and conspiracies are taken away from actually looking for Sebastian.
but no, I understand what you're saying. But again, it's just like with, you know, Nancy Grace or with news media, they report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media. And I agree, there's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this.
I will say, being demonetized, you sometimes make better off tips that are, you know, YouTube doesn't take their 40%. I'm not saying that's what's going on with web sleuths. I know I see people in the chat are saying, I don't think it's wrong to make money. I just understand what he's saying because, right, he doesn't want the drama, the speculation to be lining people's pockets.
Crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting.
Oh,
Absolutely.
very much so. Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in this.
Who's that talking? Is that Chloe right there? You've been ripped to shreds? I don't recall I don't know. All right.
spotlight, and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can about them. And some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian. And that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now, to ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation, and just to get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
Right. If we can keep.
That's Heather. Okay, so that's not the one that was on camera earlier. So wait, so who's this one? I thought this was Heather. Who's this? Because their names aren't popping up. I can't tell either, Southern Gal. Is this one Chloe then with the galaxy? Anybody?
Parties involved in this investigation focused on that and staying off of YouTube and other aspects of social media.
So it was Chloe that threw out there that she has information on Katie Proudfoot from years ago, that if she put public, it would tear her apart. That was her. I disagree. I don't think it's alarming. I think it's a very normal human response, especially with the amount of speculation that is, like he said, we own all this property, we have private jets, we have this, we have that. That is all taken up TBI and the police time by calling in these fake rumors. I disagree. I think it's very human to feel how he feels.
And playing the game. Okay.
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly, and this would completely change narratives and the direction, and it would straight focus completely on Sebastian.
Well, let's do this. This podcast or Web Sleuths podcast that we're on right now, we can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing right here, right?
But here's the other thing. I appreciate you want to make that pact, but you know exactly who I'm referring to.
Seth. We all know exactly who he's referring to. Seth.
That needs to be done publicly as well then.
well, all we can do is what we can do here
True.
tonight. So, but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody. There is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
I don't know. For the love of God, I wished I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of,
So
but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and
Mhm.
so just no
I'm
thought
gonna hear you out.
in your gut, spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall.
You of all people,
What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
broke them immediately.
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
This is where they start to twist everything. Did anybody ask Seth what he meant when he said he knew where Sebastian was? Right, and I think that's what he's trying to say. True Crime with Eve, I think that's exactly what he's trying to say. He's trying to say the same exact thing. That none of this matters. It's not about me. It's about Sebastian.
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
Okay.
And if anybody else out there
Good.
that's got some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because last time I
Right,
checked,
but
there's
are
not
you
one shred of
confirming that you know
evidence.
he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere. So he had.
They certainly tried to twist up what he said here, Iris, I apologize. They certainly tried to twist that up there. With that said, Hubelli or victims advocates or whatever will figure out how to convince parents to stay off social media. I agree. There should be a course immediately. It should never be thrown into their faces that they ask the public for help so they get what they get. That should never be the answer to this.
Had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or
No,
somebody's
I'm not
taking that
insinuating
child outside of
anything.
my house,
No,
say
I'm not
that.
insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you
See what
know?
See what he just said right there? He's a direct person. That's it. He doesn't beat around the bush. If you're trying to say there was somebody inside my home that took my son, then just say it. He doesn't want to do this dancing about bit.
That he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here. So just to make this real crystal clear.
Facts. Again, be direct. He's not here to waste his time. He's here to get answers. Right.
There's a back door. Every door in the house when Katie got up that morning was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So it
Did
had-
Katie
Put a 1 in the chat if you understand exactly what he just said there. I understood it.
do that?
Do
And he
what?
walked out. Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
We
So
all
what you're
got
saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
it. Lots of ones.
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on, and Gray Hughes, he would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can
him?
bring that man on board because I've talked to him. I respect him and I will talk to him.
Let's go, Gray Hughes. Let's go. I normally would not share that, but let's go.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up.
Same,
Okay,
Kelly.
Gray? I just sent it to your Facebook. So he'll be jumping on here shortly.
So, Jenlu, the third person with the Galaxy background, that's the woman, the PI that had the camera on earlier. This is her. This is the other PI that jumped on the minute Chris did. And this is just Web Sleuth's, I guess, kind of regular panel guest. So it was hard to figure out. I didn't fully understand it all either.
Stacy, can you keep an eye out because I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey, in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for. And I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the scent dog.
Now, let me ask you this. My understanding is both of these, me either, TLC, both of these two ladies here, these two PIs, they're working together. Because earlier, she stated that the Proudfoots are kind of helping them, until Chris came up and said, "You've never spoken to me, but I've spoken to her over here," right? Following? But this PI didn't know the answers of the clothing. She didn't know if Sebastian's clothes were accounted for or anything, but this PI knew the entire time and just corrected that information.
Am I correct when I say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Great. And so do we know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
Thank you, PI, because this is what I wanted. I wanted a PI that had answers, not speculation, answers. So thank you to this PI for having the actual answers.
From the house that night,
Yes.
the description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some of that changed, but it hasn't happened.
That's
So
how
I'll walk you through what the description actually should be. Sebastian was wearing long black pants. Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. You know, had the white stripes down the side. That style of pants on. He had a
Okay. So we all know the classic Adidas, like the suit type of pants. Sounds like that's what he's describing. So Sebastian had on Adidas tracksuit type of pants. This is important.
long sleeve shirt, not a
Okay.
sweatshirt, not a hoodie, a long sleeve shirt. On the front of that shirt is probably one of three depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay. Not a sweatshirt, long sleeve shirt. We got it.
Okay.
Chris, I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet were growing and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after he grew out of them. But is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of three?
I don't like this lady. Do any of you like this lady? I don't like this lady. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't like this lady. I don't like you, ma'am. I don't like you. Well, what is it? What is there? Is it that hard to understand that those are the 3 things that he was into that he would have had on a t-shirt? It's not that they can't break it down. Oh my goodness. These are his interests. No, they can't confirm which one because it's not like he only had 3 t-shirts. They just know what type of things he was into. Minecraft, Halloween. Baffled.
I didn't say one of 3. I said one of 3 depictions on a shirt.
Right.
Okay, so that's
So
3
there's
different shirts, right?
Say again, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if we're saying the same thing or something different, but are you saying there's 3 different possible shirts he was wearing? Like he had 3 different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween
No,
on
ma'am.
it. One
No,
had
ma'am. What
Minecraft
I'm
on it.
telling
One
you,
had Star
no,
Wars.
it's not what I'm saying.
Well, I want to tell you something. His name is Sebastian, not Sebastian's. His own mother can't talk. She's no mother. How dare you not protect your baby? One day you will have to deal with God. Wow. One day you will have to deal with God for your nastiness in your heart. Okay. So she's still not getting it. All right. Break it down for her, Chris. Bring out the crowns.
Black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween
No,
on
ma'am.
it. One
No,
had
ma'am. What
Minecraft
I'm
on it.
telling
One
you,
had Star
no,
Wars.
it's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on, and on that shirt had one of 3 depictions. I didn't say he had 3. I didn't say anything. I just said 1.
Okay,
Right,
can
I'm just confused by how have you not been able to identify which of those 3 depictions is missing?
Really? Wow. This is what happens when you have a bias. You can't even work out regular facts because you are so blinded by your bias.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's on
No,
your shirt?
but if I had
Okay,
to
then.
choose between
Right, but
3
wait a
of
minute, wait a minute.
them, if
Well,
I had
hold
to
on a
choose
minute.
between 3 of them, I could.
You're saying 3 of them, but I'm
Well,
telling
you
you,
listed 3 things.
He already said it's not 3 freaking t-shirts. It is 3 details. It is 3 topics, not 3 t-shirts.
just confused.
I
Oh,
listed
boy.
what could possibly be on the shirt.
okay, can I jump in and try to interpret a little bit here? Okay, so
Here comes the good PI. Yes, please use your PI skills and interpret what he's saying, please.
so are you saying that all 3 of those shirts are not accounted for, or are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt?
He said
Does that make sense?
depiction
Is
20
that a little bit
times.
clearer?
Say it one more time. You broke up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so are you saying that
Sassy.
you don't remember what the depiction was? It was one of those 3 things? Or are you saying there are 3 different shirts with those depictions and all 3 of those shirts are unaccounted for?
I'm not saying he had 3 shirts with 3 different depictions on them.
Wow. They still can't get it. Ay, ay, ay.
That's not what I said. I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was on the front of the shirt. Is what
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Okay, so
Sebastian's clothes mostly consist of, if it has a picture on it, one of the 3 things. Those
There
are his
it is.
3 favorite things.
got it.
Okay, so
Halloween,
what you're saying is he has,
Minecraft.
multiple Minecraft shirts, multiple Star Wars shirts, multiple Halloween shirts. So it's likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just 3 of those shirts.
I don't get it.
I'm telling you that he had a long sleeve shirt on with one of the 3 depictions on it. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not
well,
telling you any more shirts. I'm not telling. So
No, I'm not
I know
trying
what
to
you're
do it.
asking.
I'm just trying to understand.
You're like literally trying to break him apart. Is what you're trying to do.
I
I
know.
understand that, but you're asking me if he had 3 different long sleeve shirts with 3 different depictions on it. And
No, I
I'm
think I
telling
understand
you,
what you're explaining. Like, so Sebastian had multiple shirts that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them
That's it.
were long sleeve and black. So you
so
can't
here,
identify.
let's just make this very simple.
Okay.
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it. There
Okay.
you go.
And that obviously,
And you know what's really a shame? Instead of just accepting what he said and correcting that he's not wearing black sweatpants and a black sweatshirt, we are now berating him over the amount of shirts. Right? Well, I'm sure this information came from her. So now they should repeat. So the Amber Alert has misinformation that they tried to get corrected several times. He's not wearing a sweatshirt.
is what you got from Katie, correct?
Yes.
Okay. everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and people are saying, why is Gray here? I will tell you,
Yeah.
Gray's, I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning. When I started this, he was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet.
Shock. Jeez.
I asked, he knows I'm kidding him.
I like that she said that. That's funny.
And I asked Chris, is it okay if, Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris.
You know what's crazy, Kendra? I don't pay attention to things like that. And it wasn't until these type of situations that I've realized if my child were to disappear, I likely could not tell you what they were wearing that day. Because, I mean, I could say the same thing. My son has a lot of black, white, and red clothing. So I couldn't tell you which one of his t-shirts, like, you know what I mean? And that's, I'm trying to pay more attention now in case, God forbid, I ever find myself in this position. But I'm not one of those people that are keen to details in that format. Some of us just aren't.
And, you know, the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound or anybody else would sound giving the attacks being leveled. When I talked to him.
Oh, thank you, Gray. Thank you. It is very normal. It's very normal to feel this way.
On the phone. We talked on the phone. We've messaged back and forth, but no, we talked for like an hour one time and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken. You know, the flashlights. You know, exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented and all, and I kept sending him the map, and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion isn't like all the rest of the people out there. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the.
Normally it does. Normally you would find their names under the avatars, but not while a comment is highlighted. So if I remove this comment, I had panel guest up, you would see it. So it's only, you know, that's the only time you don't see it.
Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia. The two parents that were sitting there and they just didn't look quite right. And everybody blamed them for the abduction out of a tent. And it turns out it was literally somebody abducted the child out of the tent.
Right.
I mean, there's just so many cases like this. And all I'm saying is when I've talked to Chris Proudfoot, I have never seen anything that he said in any of the interviews where I went, wow, this guy, wow, he must have something to do with it. I actually look at him and think, man, I would feel the same way if from day one, the entire community hated me.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree with Gray here. Good morning, Heather. And I agree with you, Jill. Rather, I agree with everything he does or not. I do think that he has a genuine thing about him.
And I never got the same love that Seth got. Seth was absolutely admired by everybody. Like,
oh my gosh, I never thought I agree with Gray so much. Woo! I never thought I would agree with Gray so much. You can hate me, Gray, but I'm going to probably just make you even more angry by telling you I agree with you, sir. Well done.
And think, man, I would feel the same way if from day one, the entire community hated me and I never got the same love that Seth got. Seth was absolutely admired by everybody like he was God or something.
Let me explain why.
Oh, thank you, Gray. Woo!
Why? And I agree. I think that's exactly how you would sound, Gray. Exactly. There's no question. But let me explain why. Okay. Again, social media is here to stay. We need to learn this. When anybody comes on and they are aggressive and insulting, it blows up like wildfire.
So Chris was aggressive and insulting. Oh, I hope Gray's going to get this.
And you're asking public for help, but you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks.
That's not fair to say, especially when you're part of those jerks. With utmost respect, you were feeding those jerks. You were highlighting those jerks. You were leaning towards those jerks. So I think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to say it's just a handful of jerks. It's majority. Majority of the creators have been absolute jerks to the Proudfoots. And why does she keep saying if you ask the public for help, you deserve the public scrutiny? I mean, come on, that's not fair. Why do you keep saying that to him?
And that causes problems. I haven't
Well, for the record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube
Nobody
expressing
expects that.
everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay. So
Absolutely.
with that being in mind, you're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
Well, he's right there. The internet has caused some problems. Absolutely. Yeah. Has he ever gotten it back? I don't know. It's not a handful. It's majority. It's majority who have been against him.
I would
So,
never
didn't say
expect
you.
you to come on.
But
I'm not saying you.
I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No, that's not true. That is not true. We are kicking the people
I
out.
can see it right now. No, I know you're
That is true. It's absolutely true. Thank you, Gray. And it has been true since the beginning of this panel.
kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment after comment that are really suspicious and like,
Yeah,
oh,
great.
they're
Just
calling him,
close the chat. I'm not
Yeah,
even
like
looking at it.
I'm just trying to
you
be
had
honest.
somebody in the chat that literally asked the question, was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident?
And why was that brought up? Because this PI here mentioned it. That's why it was brought up.
Like, I'm sorry,
Oh.
but once again,
know.
this goes right back to
And
none
know
of
what
that has
that is.
anything to do with Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Gray.
I'm
I
just
know.
trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling.
Thank
And I know
you.
out there they go, oh, look, he's soothing Chris's ego. I listen, I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife?
Right. Gray has such a good point here. Now he's on a show with over 3,000 people in the chat, a panel full of women that are just berating him and his wife, a chat where at least 90% of them were being cruel to him and his wife. Of course he's angry right now. Why don't people get that? Like, they're not allowed to be humans. They're not allowed to be sad, angry, happy, nothing.
If we go on shows, and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal, but everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single
Well,
thing they
let
said.
me tell you what happened. I can explain. Let me tell you. Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized.
Now, what you said earlier was he was gleaming about it. Gleaming. You said he was gleaming, reliving the fact that he hit Sebastian with a belt. That's what the word was, gleaming.
Apologize to you. That got people upset.
Or gleeful. I'm sorry. Gleeful was the word.
It got
Well,
people.
and that, but right, let's clear that real quick. That
Okay.
needs to be cleared up because what was said and what people heard are two totally different
Gleeful.
things.
I heard you
because
say
it-
you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No, you wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
I don't. That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my
Okay.
mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack.
Right. A lot of parents, unfortunately, decide that spankings are okay. A lot of parents don't think spankings are okay. Whichever way you lean, that's how you lean, but it doesn't automatically equate to abuse. Mel got the belt. How about you block out all negative feedback towards the Proudfoots we were promoting? Just right. I know. I mean, Gray went up there and was like, listen, I get it. And that wasn't good enough.
Let's
Right.
not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
Yes, you did.
like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of
So let's
asking
clear it
more
up.
clarification,
Let's clear it
that
up.
should have been. So as it stands,
Oh my gosh. I remember running, hiding too, Mel, to the top bunk all the way against the wall. All the memories, the wooden spoons, the flip-flops, you name it. I mean,
Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian.
And I understand what he's saying here. Sebastian was so angry that he got in trouble that he didn't understand the severity of opening their house to CPS intervention. I get what he's saying here. Maybe he's not saying it the right way, but it's understandable.
You can't false report. That will get people in trouble, and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And it's
because
he was in your home last.
This would be a good time to bring up, well, what about the abuse, the CPS reports against Seth? But that won't happen.
That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so
it was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happened. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
so
guess
we have
what?
a difference
That's the great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my again.
Well,
that
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse.
Well, that is true. When it comes to CPS and police, if you're leaving bruising, then it's abuse. That's how they look at it.
That would be considered abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
so by definition,
that's weird.
That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine, but you have.
Right, but this is how long after the Nancy Grace interview. This is how long after the internet's been trashing and bashing him. Nobody at this point deserves a yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. That interview with Nancy was meant to bring out Sebastian's name, was meant to keep him in the forefront. This one here is exactly how Chris is treating it.
Have to back it up and say, what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing, you're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian.
Right, you're right. If CPS investigated and they didn't remove Sebastian when it took place, then they obviously didn't see it as abuse. So move along.
And his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay? So let's do that.
So we just did.
Okay.
Just did, right.
If now, you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called. And
no,
a lot
it's not. No. Nope.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me, I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair. And so let's move on. Okay.
Right, because like I said earlier, Chris answers the question how it's presented to him. He's very direct. He's very right to the point. So whatever way it was asked is why he answered the way he answered.
Okay. So nothing came of that from you hitting him with a belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay. Now, Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because of how Chris came on.
I'm excited for this answer. Are you excited for this answer? I want to hear this.
And became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before. And I think that's why. And Seth didn't. And I think that's the difference.
Right. Because I don't feed out of people's hands.
Seth came on here and blamed Katie, Chris, TBI, FBI, local police. See, he's had his moments of anger as well, but he's not being torn apart in the same way. So to compare them doesn't correlate for me. I mean, maybe it does for others. For me, it doesn't. There's no comparison to the two. There should have never been a comparison to the two. It should have always been about Sebastian.
Feed into
And that was
what
search.
people think. I don't, and once again, that's the difference.
But how about
I
just
will-
saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done, I have told everybody, thank you, thank you, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much.
And what does Seth say? F you. I mean, come on. Why does he get torn apart for every little move he makes? It's not right. And it sucks because it does make some of us feel like Seth isn't being looked into enough. That Seth is getting skating by and being praised.
We appreciate it. I have said this.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to one video and show me where I haven't. I've also said that our family prays for everybody else, and we love you all, regardless of what you think.
He has.
But you know what? Once again,
Yeah. I think his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, I can't remember the names of their channels, but like, you know, he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were. And yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show because that was definitely later. You got to admit, like his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people
Which
angry.
interview? Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard.
Right, but so again, Gray has a great point here. It wasn't his first interview that they already deemed him guilty.
With
Okay.
I can't remember.
Smiley stories. I
Yes,
can try
yes.
to pull up a transcript at some point.
yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes,
That one.
Okay.
but
Yeah, but
once
I mean,
again,
but here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at.
There you
When I
go.
was
That's it.
growing up, I just want to say this. When I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she's the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like, just awesome. I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things
Well,
have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that sort of is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit. But
thank
it's
you.
like,
Yes.
but the thing is.
I don't think he's jealous of him. I think he's annoyed that Seth is out here trashing him and feeding the frenzy against him. When they started off co-parenting and they started off friendly and they conversed and everything was great. Why would Seth do that? I think he has every right to be upset with him.
It used
I
to
don't
be
think
totally normal,
policy-
and it is still sort of normal in some families. As long, you know, if you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, you know, like creating the bruises, like Chris was saying, it's just sort of. I mean, I think it's sort of normal for
this
a
is
lot of
true.
people in society. It might not be for some people, but I think I don't know. I think if you took a poll and people were off, you know, not in this particular chat right here, it wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people. It'd be like 50-50 on whether or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
spanking
mean, I think that's a little bit anecdotal.
So we're focusing on that, but again, nobody's mentioning the CPS reports against Seth.
But once again,
could we talk about the thud that Katie heard?
Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about that. And I apologize. I had your name spelled wrong. Everybody that knows me, Chris, knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot,
I'm
and
not
I
upset
didn't.
about spelling.
So I
I'm not the
apologize.
best speller either. So
What did it say? Proud food. I don't think that was on purpose.
Katie can give you that. I am not.
No, Katie gave you.
one.
And around what time?
Chris knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot,
I'm
and
not
I
upset
didn't.
about spelling.
So I
I'm not the
apologize.
best speller either. So
So I do apologize for that, sir. Yeah,
I put proud food one time when I wrote it.
yeah.
So that's,
Well, I've been called Bradford, Proud Food, Brownfoot, all kinds
I'm
of stuff.
so sorry.
It really,
I
it
thought I
really
put
don't
Proudfoot.
matter.
Let's
No,
talk
that's-
about the thud. I want to know about that. Chris, please tell us.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Well, tell us the whole story. What did Katie tell you about the thud? What is the story behind that?
If Katie's there, maybe she could tell us.
Does she want to come on?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's absolutely
Because
fine.
it's like this. People, it's enough as it is. I'm not putting her through this.
Oh,
And I'm
that's
sure that
fine.
right there is going to cause a big stir and say, well, I'm controlling. No, I'm not controlling. I'm a husband who protects his wife.
That's it. Boom. That's it. How many of your husbands would also protect you?
Well, you will only get polite
But
questions here.
Let's go back to the Sebastian deal.
Okay.
Katie reported she heard a thud. And that's it.
But didn't
Something to
she
knock her
ask?
off and
So
go to bed.
I've seen different reports of she heard a thud. She said, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed. I've seen other reports that Sebastian responded back to her. If he did respond back to her, do you know what he said?
Yeah, he replied, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean,
No, I mean, we're clearing things up.
Now they'll tear that apart. He said, yes, ma'am. That would be torn apart.
right.
That's all this is. Let's just clear it up, you know?
There was a noise. Katie heard it. She responded. Sebastian answered.
Okay. And see, people out there, they want to help. And it feels like that you just are like, that pissed you off that we even asked that. You know,
What pisses me off is when the statement is out there. There was a thud. She asked him what, he responded back and moving on.
And around what time was that?
I'm not going to give you details as far as.
I mean,
what time.
Katie gave details, but
Well, guess what? That is Katie. I'm not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave
Good for him. Good for him.
details publicly.
That is fine.
Okay.
Katie can give you that. I am not giving you that information. I will tell you this. It was between the time we were on the phone to the time we got off the phone. That's what I'll give you. That's it.
Has Sebastian ever left the house barefoot that you know of?
Has Sebastian gone outside of the house barefooted? Yes. Before, has he ran off? No.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
No, I'm glad
I'm going to answer it.
that's perfect. No, that's great. And again, I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we would treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help because
But he wasn't treated with total respect or honesty. He just wasn't. And that's unfortunate.
I want people to get behind you and Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's just such a bizarre thing. I mean,
It's a bizarre case. Yes, it very much so is.
And so Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said? Or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no street lights in the subdivision whatsoever. If you go online, Google it, whatever, you'll see that there's absolutely no street lights in the subdivision. None.
Didn't the PI say it was really well lit? Didn't she say otherwise? Why isn't she chiming in now? Well, maybe she will. I haven't seen it.
Right.
Is there a possibility that some cameras may not pick up somebody walking in front of them because
There is this thing where your story may get more elaborate. It won't change, but you remember certain details as times go on. That happens. So it doesn't mean she's lying by adding details. She's not taking details away. She's remembering new things. Like, oh my goodness, that's right. I looked at the clock and it said 11:15. Things like that come up. That's all.
how dark it is? Yes.
That would be the only thing that would make sense, really.
Right. So
Well, he even told me, I remember when he told me that, like, even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah. That makes perfect sense then, because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark,
and I know, and it's hard for it. Trust me, for everyone out there that cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality. As,
Hey, Natalie.
the stuff that you see on TV, and you see a demo of a camera in a store. It's different when you put it on a house and different elements. So,
Okay, so it was so dark that it is logical to conclude that the cameras that Sebastian would have walked by, did not pick him up.
I mean, obviously they didn't. Obviously. There's no concluding. It is fact. The cameras did not pick up Sebastian. It's fact. We don't conclude to facts.
And that's something that is logical that people can accept. Absolutely. I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he took off?
Hey, Blissful.
Has he ever had bad nightmares?
He's had sleeping issues. I mean, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been, but that's been his whole life. That's not just been like a segment. I'm pretty sure, I believe Seth has even mentioned this before as well. The only time, I've seen a couple times where he slept really well, but I mean, that's after a hard day of playing. If he's helped with outside work, but for the most part, he's had issues sleeping.
And that's a big help in understanding this. Has he ever done anything like hid under a neighbor's car or anything like that?
Well,
all of this is coming from the chat right now. So she is aware that the chat's being cruel because she's looking at the chat. At night with no shoes, not buying it. All right. I mean, I understand that. We'll figure it out in time, right?
I'm going to say we have never seen anything like that. been somebody that has said something to that effect, but I'm not going to sit here and say for a fact, yes, he has.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't have an answer for that.
I got a question. I got one for you. Do you think it's possible that he could have left in the evenings on other nights, like at 1 a.m, and came back through the front door and nobody would have known? Like on other, like let's say a dry run, for example. Like he got up in the middle of the night at 1, went out the front door, and then came back in, and nobody would have known, right? Because you don't have a camera. And he
Not that I'm aware of. Not that Katie is aware of. I mean, I will say this, and this is for the record. I'm not going to tell you what he does and doesn't do at his father's house. Those are two separate households.
Okay.
You know, Sebastian is one way at our house. He's a different way at his father's house.
Okay.
And that's common. That's normal. Different rules, different, guidelines for the house. That is so normal.
There's something that we've all had mutual respect on, all the parents together.
Can you answer, was he planning to go live with Seth?
Yes.
Okay. And was he excited about it?
No.
Okay.
At one point he was, but no.
Right. So why isn't that like the only big change come into his life again was that he was set to go live at his father's and do online schooling?
Do you know why he changed? Why he wasn't excited?
Yes, because he was informed that he would be doing online schooling vice.
Why he changed? Why he wasn't excited?
Yes, because he was informed that he would be doing online schooling vice, in-person school.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
That's personal matters of my
Okay.
family that will not be discussed with
Understood. And
So here you go with Chris once again protecting Sebastian by saying that was a personal decision. Unfortunately, because Seth already told us, we can kind of conclude why, right?
I respect that. Thank you. He was on medication. Did he get his medication changed recently?
When you say recently, can you define recently?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe within the last few months. I'm trying to think of something that maybe would have changed his behavior for some reason.
It's really hard to say yes or no to that,
Mm-hmm.
just because he goes and sees his doctors, and then in there they will talk about his medication and things that they want to change or if it needs to change.
Right.
But I mean, as far as I know, I'm not. I didn't see any difference. But
And is it? And again, this is just something that people want to know.
Mhm.
Is it common for you and Katie to talk as long as you did that night?
Because that's important, right?
sure.
Okay. Seth is here. I've asked him to join us. Insightful One, if Seth jumps on, can you please put him on the screen because I can't because of my computer.
Right. I got it.
Thank you.
Have you guys
Eric-
seen the dog scent track? That because you actually showed it to me, right? Remember on the map, Chris? I don't know if you're interested in. It's kind of an interesting route up the street.
Well, and are you referring to the like day 1 through 4 dog tracks? Because some of those are.
Well,
maybe
he had
not
like a
valid.
dog scent outside the front door and
Yeah.
sort of around by where the fixed light was on the flashlight, and then north, and then around to like a retention pond, something like that. Just short of it.
Stacy,
Unfortunately, they don't want what Gray is asking because it just takes away their conspirizing. So that, but not every autistic child is the same way, SV. That's why it's called a spectrum. So when you say part of diagnosis of autism spectrum is sensory issues, they ain't walking around barefoot. No, for some autistic children, they can't stand socks on their feet. They can't stand shoes on their feet. That's why it's a spectrum, because they're all different.
I believe Seth is here.
Yeah, I got it.
Seth, I'm so glad that you are here, my dear. Thank you very much. Seth, what,
Well, Seth was greeted with my dear, and Chris was greeted with, we have a guest. Who is it? Oh, it's you? Meanwhile, Seth is like, hey, my dear. Oh,
what would you like to say now?
your turn.
I got a few questions to ask Chris.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You can, yes, he can hear you.
Hey, Chris. So why did you texted me the other day about something I'd already sent Katie an email?
Say it one more time. All I heard was something about an email sent.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to Katie?
Because I didn't see the information in what you're referring to as Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it. So that's why I asked for it.
I mean, come on, Chris. If we're going to work together, more than a week communication between.
Oh, what? Wow.
Yeah.
I'm sending stuff to you and Katie.
Okay, so hear me out.
Drop in
I
with-
told you. I told you.
Okay.
I told
Let's
you
not come
Seth,
into
that we will
talk,
work
okay?
together.
All right.
I explained to you I'm willing to work with you. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think
Now, that's what you asked, but then you went and did the opposite. right? Oh, I know.
think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy. Because I
Right.
would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
You're fine, SV. You're not alone. Nope.
I don't know what's going on, but did that solve it? I hope.
Oh,
Seth?
Seth gone. It looked like he
Uh-oh. I think, wait, is this Seth? Did Seth jump off? Let's see. We've got me, Stacy.
Yeah.
Oh.
How about
Looks like he fell
I'll get off the panel. I'm sure it'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just
Oh,
wanted,
stop it.
I just wanted to say that,
The chat was going at Gray pretty hard because, well, you know.
I understand what I've seen. What I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. Now I know you're saying because of this and because of that, but it was Seth good, Proudfoot's bad, and everybody has been in those camps, and they never really got a chance to breathe. And that's probably why Katie went to be with him, because she probably was scared to stay at home by herself, giving these lunatics like JLR and et cetera running around, chanting and screaming. It's
Oh, I agree. It's
That's
horrible.
what I think. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Round of applause to you, Gray, for using common sense. No wonder Katie didn't feel safe at home. No wonder the Proudfoots are upset. And they agree. You agree, but you're all adding to it. Okay, yeah, you agree.
So
Yeah,
that's
it should not be that way.
that's just kind of where I'm coming from. I appreciate communicating with him. We've had nothing but good conversations, and that's it. I mean, that's all I can do. And I've never seen anything that made me go, God, ooh, that's it's weird. I mean, I don't know. I watched the same things you guys have. But anyways, yeah, see you later, guys out there.
Okay. See ya.
Take care, Greg.
Bye.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gray.
Does anybody know where Seth went?
I'm working on it.
Okay, thanks.
I do know, I think up in his area, he doesn't have like the greatest signal, because a lot of times when we talk, his
You know what?
phone, he will drop.
Do you want to ask him if he wants to call me rather than go on the internet? Just call me on the phone, and I can put him on, and it'll be a very, really strong signal. I mean, it'll sound really good.
How about, why don't you both get off this panel and go call each other? That would have been my advice, but that doesn't offer the views. So tell Seth to call my phone, and this way he doesn't have to worry about the internet.
Well,
Wow.
I think it's just like his cell signal up there is not the greatest.
Oh, it's a cell. Okay.
Yeah.
But if he wants to,
I mean, if he's on his cell phone, let me know.
Heather, if you want to give him my number, and Chloe has it, feel free. And
Honestly, I would have thought the same thing, Killshot. I would have definitely thought internet was different than the actual phone call, to be honest.
if it's better for him to call me rather than to jump on
I'm texting him.
okay, we can do that. So, hey guys, I don't want to talk about other creators in chat, so let's not do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
The chat was bashing Gray the whole time.
yeah, let's just. I mean, I don't want to give them any.
Right. So let's get to our next question.
Okay, next question. Let me take a look at my notes. Yeah, because I just wrote some things down.
And there goes Chris again. All right, next question. Next question. I'm not here for the little, we're not playing around. This is my missing son. Next question. Let's go. Bring
Have
it
you
on.
had? And I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris. My mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Yes, I sure have.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So there are anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been
Okay.
involved in this search.
Mhm.
Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog pants toward a scent.
It goes up,
and takes
Kiko.
over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they're 100% honest.
This is what Gray tried doing. Gray tried pulling up the actual map to show this. That's it. The actual map.
And perfect and accurate, because
Sure.
honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when
Mm-hmm.
it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around
Mhm.
the neighborhood. So yeah.
So they've been there, and yeah. So they did. You're saying they did hit, and they all went to that.
So when the PI and when they were asking in the beginning, have dogs been inside the Proudfoot's home? That was their answer. Do you think they really soaked that in? Or do you think the next panel they go on, when that question is asked, they will still greet it with a, I'm not sure?
That pond.
No, I
No?
didn't say all that. I just told you. I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house.
Mm-hmm.
I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right,
I'm
that's
not going
my-
to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Understood.
Absolutely.
We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the cave they said had collapsed about 10 feet in? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener
Okay, so let's hear this. A cave 10 foot in. Let's hear what Chris says.
is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts of where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the gospel,
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter.
Okay.
The one that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed, but we don't believe they had anything to it.
Got it.
Good night,
Got
Mel.
it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on. Mm-mm. So people have been asking, and I don't mean to sound insulting, but
Every time we have to start off with, I don't mean to sound insulting. Just say what you got to say because it's going to be insulting, whether you mean it or not. We already know that.
people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what
Yes,
they're
we
asking.
are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this because
Mhm.
it's real simple. We, all three parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search them. We needed to be available to talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Right. Parents are not supposed to search for their own missing child because there's many reasons behind why. Use your common sense.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. Whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say. But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already threatened death threats, by the way, to us.
Is that so hard to understand? Let's drop a 3 in the chat if you understand what Chris is saying here. There are a lot of people who strongly dislike us due to misinformation and Seth's mouth on the internet, so we don't feel safe having a so-called search party following us around or the public knowing we are searching. It's so simple.
You know, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do.
Absolutely.
Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats.
Who said that?
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Their heads aren't moving, so I don't know which one said it, but I'm going to guess it's this one up here. How hard have you been investigating this, Miss PI?
Yes, we've been getting death threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL
When she's on a panel with a chat like this, is she shocked to find out that they're getting death threats? Really?
speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt.
Seth says this as he calls a YouTuber. Not Chris, as he calls a YouTuber. Keep that in mind here.
If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back.
Well, I hate to break this to Seth, but Chris still has to work while looking for your guys' missing child. He's not sitting around collecting GoFundMes and all the cash apps. He's actually still working. Pick up the phone instead of emailing. Wouldn't that be a quicker way to go about it?
I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
That's
I
unacceptable.
understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care.
So listen to what Chris is saying here. Seth's email was asking if he would allow these strangers that Seth has got himself involved with. Seth has been very involved with YouTubers and everything. He emails Chris saying, will you let these people that you don't know onto your property? What Chris is saying is, I took the time to research these names first. Before I sent you back a yes or a no, I want to know who you are asking for me to open my home and my family's safety to.
What certification? Who can vouch for these people? I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I've always been doing. You send that to me.
Okay,
We're
well,
gonna review it, and then we're gonna send it to
I'm
law
going to interrupt you,
enforcement.
Chris.
Let law enforcement go that
because,
route,
the
and then when law
spokesperson
enforcement comes,
speak for us
Hold
doesn't
on.
need to be on your property.
Hold
see,
on,
this
Chris.
is
Chris, hold on one second.
What Chris just said was a very logical answer. We're going to get your information, their information, forward it to the police, and we're going to let the police get back to us and make the choices. It's that simple. Oh, I know, Brantley. He just gets on my nerves. I can't help it anymore. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
But
Chris.
yes, you
correct.
have
You are
spoken
very correct.
to him
I have spoken to him,
when
and I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep, and unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I
When did
can
you speak
as
with
I
him,
can
Chris?
when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
when did you speak with him, Chris?
What does that got to do with finding Sebastian?
Perfect responses. What does that have to do with finding Sebastian? Perfect responses.
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talk with law enforcement. We'll get back to him, and we'll let him know our decision.
So
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
And Katie has given all of that information. Thank you, KCJ. All of that information to police. She doesn't owe it to YouTube or to the public.
What information do you think she holds?
Right.
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour
So,
gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very
See, and this is how Chris is. He's assertive. He's to the point.
I mean, I am too. So please just get to it.
okay.
No,
So
you're
we would
interrupting.
really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. We've heard from others who are not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot.
So then what are you asking, lady?
I was just curious. And like I said, I mean, every relationship is different and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. And I think
Katie,
that has been a little bit difficult.
But right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses.
Yep.
And she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said.
Since when do we live in a time where people feel like they are entitled to conversations? You are not entitled to anybody's conversations, anybody's personal time. You're not entitled to access to people. They don't owe you.
About Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to
And
elaborate?
I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will glad. I will glad.
Seth himself said that Sebastian coming to live with him was a punishment. He said it. Now he's saying no. Katie took Sebastian out for a fun day because he was hurt that his dad blew him off for his planned weekend visit. Oof.
To elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris, hold on. I'm sorry, Seth, start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
That I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy. That actually had been started. with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay.
Exactly what I felt. And we all know. Because if we listen to what Seth spilled out there about Sebastian, and then we put 2 and 2 and 2 together, we're going to come up with the number 6. We know what he's saying.
So he was
So-
going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He's going to
Oh.
homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's an online school.
Okay. Online, right? Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say
Through
homeschool. Right. Online
Yeah.
school. Totally different.
Where he would sit at your house while you're at work, okay? That this is unbelievable.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like,
Hey, Catherine.
I don't know, was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you
The way she even just said that, I don't like this lady. I want to speak to, would any of you speak to this lady alone? Would any of you give this woman who already has such a negative perception of you, would any of you answer to her?
just
Right.
diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay. Go ahead.
We want the facts. Let's
They're acting like they went to Disney for the day. They went bowling and a BJ's to get popcorn and out to dinner. That is a normal Sunday for us.
get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school.
Online
Seth
school.
was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't.
Are you going to deny that, Seth?
But
Okay.
I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand
Not
that this
for
may
that.
be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat
That,
on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay.
True.
Seth, go ahead.
unbeknownst to you, though,
He literally says we're not going to do this tit for tat. And she's like, go ahead, your turn to tat.
I
Tit.
talked to Sebastian. I knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoken.
Well, that right
After
there's
the
a conversation
and
you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
Ooh, that's true.
I'm sorry, do you want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie. And that didn't happen.
Absolutely agree. I agree with them.
But this goes right back to here's the thing. If you're saying that because he did,
So Chris is saying we listened. Me, Katie, and Seth were in the kitchen with Sebastian when we heard Sebastian state he's not happy about this. And Seth's answer is, but you didn't hear the conversation me and Sebastian had? Really? No, he sure didn't.
didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away. Is that a possibility?
Yes.
Sure. We'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our household is none of the public's business. If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that. But it doesn't.
Even right here, Chris is trying to protect Seth. Even right here, he's saying, yeah, that could be a theory, but it doesn't matter.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand it. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's
Right.
why I asked about his day, because
Let's
I
go
didn't
back
know.
to the day. Okay. Go
I
ahead.
didn't
Megan.
know. Okay, so Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience.
I pray he never gets to know you. If you have 2 decades of experience, then wow. Wow, you couldn't even figure out what he was saying about a t-shirt.
Okay. Okay. Go
I
ahead.
didn't
Megan.
know. Okay, so Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different. I do understand that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was
Wow, she knows better than the parents now.
a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that just gives
That's not why you were asking. You were implying it was the best day of his life, the last day of his life. That's what you were implying. How insulting is she?
me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Me too.
Chris.
All right, so one more time, I'm so sorry.
I'm imagining Chris is thinking F you, because that's what I'd be thinking.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while, if this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him?
Well, I don't know. When he goes to his father's house for the weekend where the rules are all different, is that overstimulating for him as well? When he's out of his own house for the weekend, is that overstimulating?
Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend? Or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what was...
Does anybody in the chat think that going to BJ's and bowling is that special? And if you do, that's sad. Well, I mean, not, and maybe it is special to get out the house and go, I know there's circumstances, but would you consider that the best day ever for your child? No. It's not an amusement park. You're not going to a concert. You're not going to Disney. It's BJ's and bowling. It's not that big of a deal. It's not something so fantastic and special.
What caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm making.
I mean, is this a normal day for them on a weekend? For them to do
our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things, and a lot of times that's where you're going to spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids.
Well, that's why I took it back, Jack, because I'm understanding not everybody gets out the house, not everybody can afford. I get that. But I'm saying, as far as they're trying to act like this was like the most perfect, best special last day, that's ridiculous. 5 different things and he's fine. Again, spectrum is different. We don't know if he's typically gets overstimulated. Some don't. Plus, he was just diagnosed.
So we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. When Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well. I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And I'm not saying any of that is suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it
you are saying it's suspicious, stop insulting this man's intelligence.
Wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
No, he was not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say. Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table, period. That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you every single day in and day out.
Gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? But we can move on.
What?
So,
no. I want to hear it.
Yeah, I want to hear it too. What'd you say? Speak up, Seth.
There's a rumor out there, Chris. That your mom and your dad have Sebastian.
Oh, there's a rumor out there, Chris, that your mom and your dad have Sebastian. You have PIs. They haven't smashed that rumor for you yet? Really? They haven't smashed up. This is the entire problem with Seth. And how people don't see it drives me crazy.
It's been brought up to me.
Seth, darn good well. You got a question about my
I'm just asking.
You pick up the
phone. They take him somewhere to like a boot camp or anything like that, and Kate just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think Seth is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right.
No, I think you need to stop speaking for him. He is being accusatory. He's actually being accusatory.
And I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to answer questions.
I'm asking you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Kate.
Well, it's real simple, Seth.
To put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see.
Oh my God! Who remembers Seth saying he saw the footage and that he had to wait a month to see the footage? Who remembers him sitting up on that panel confirming he saw the footage of his son? Now he's saying he didn't? Wow. Seth, you were full of lies and red flags, man.
With all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage,
buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
So you're playing semantics? When it comes to the disappearance of your son, you're going by semantics? Is this a game to him? It's starting to feel like it's a game to him. Oh,
Chris,
calm down, because
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's watch it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Oh, now you don't know if it should be public? You're literally the reason it's public. I can't stand her.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, the statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
That's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is,
Absolutely agree. The internet and these people need to stop coddling Seth. Stop making excuses for what he's saying. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
The rumor that you've been feeding, the rumor that you just threw out as an accusation and had the nerve to say, but we don't want to go there. But we don't want to go there. You didn't throw that out to stop the rumor. You threw it out there to feed the frenzy. And now, again, like the people with you, you're trying to play and gaslight this man and act like he's the problem. I give Chris all the credit in the world for dealing with this.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you...
This is the most perfect example of gaslighting. Deflecting, lying, twisting it.
got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
Chris.
Go to her fucking house. If you think that's where your son is, go to their house.
Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Well, we can hear you all right.
All
We
I'm
all
hearing
can.
is anger and attitude from you.
Oh, I wonder why. Oh, all I hear is attitude and anger from you. I wonder why. You just accused him and his parents of hiding your son. Hey, Fakasser.
You should, Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit, and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People are
sorry,
talking
no.
over each other.
It is
Seth,
bullshit.
go, and then Chris go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Why are we letting Seth go first?
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
No,
Okay,
you're
Chris,
not.
there's a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think
Who takes it that that's what he was trying to do? Who takes it that he was just trying to squash it? No, you weren't, because you wouldn't have whispered it and then said, but we're not going to go there. You were absolutely being a smartass, throwing out an accusation against him. He has every right to respond the way he is. You're part of the rumors. Exactly, Thin Mint. Exactly.
I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Warsham's, and him getting.
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to
It's
this.
not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken
Oh, yeah.
about this.
Okay,
right.
ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement?
I wish
This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone.
That's
Hell,
fine.
I'll do you one better, and
Fine.
I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This does not belong on the internet.
We're not going to have a powwow like that. But I
Well,
would
then guess what?
the situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
I
So-
agree.
Do you all agree?
Explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
Right.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I
Yeah.
said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel
Oh,
things.
this is a
Because in
rumor.
turn, dispelling these things will
You're
take
so full of
some
shit.
of the BS off of you.
Whoa.
Good on Chris. You are so full of shit. You are full of shit, Seth. Seth knows he is protected by public opinion. He does no wrong. He is absolutely throwing the mud right on Chris and then telling Chris, here's a washcloth, wipe it off. It is so sneaky and slimy what is happening. And I don't blame Chris or Katie for being as upset as they are. I would throw the washcloth right in his face and tell him to wipe his ass with it. This is wrong.
That was uncalled for.
Oh, was it
I-
uncalled
and-
for? That was uncalled for, not with
It's a
Seth.
rumor.
In turn, dispelling these things will
You're
take
so full of
some
shit.
of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. And Chris,
It's uncalled for Chris to say you're so full of shit. That's the part that's uncalled for, not the accusation against him and his parents.
I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comments.
He is full
Well,
of shit.
That doesn't help matters.
But
No, it
you
doesn't.
do
So when you
that.
brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit it's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly, but I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
The public opinion. That's all you guys care about is the public opinion, right? Who cares? Chris has made himself very clear. He doesn't care about public opinion. He wants his son. He wants his son found.
That's exactly right.
And I know you are frustrated.
You have no idea what
I'm
I
not
am.
saying I know
You
how
don't.
frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I'm not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But here's,
As a PI, you should have said, you know what, we're not going to answer.
Boom. Boom. If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media, especially as a PI.
If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
but here's,
As a PI, you should have said, you know what, we're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should
I
have
did
went.
say that actually several times, and
You
you
did.
can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
I just got to say one thing.
But
You want the public's help. You want them
We need
to be,
there it goes again. We're going to throw in your face that you want the public's help. Yep. So does Seth. Does Seth get all of this too then? It's about Sebastian. Who cares who went to the public?
behind both of you.
we
Oh,
need them to find Sebastian.
Exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public
And
will find
that's
him.
my biggest frustration is that
Chris is looking for Sebastian, Maria. He is looking. He is.
we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
We collectively have to deal with all of this. All of what? The sweet praises and the hey sweethearts that you're getting?
Right. And it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like those.
And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on here for many hours and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So
I bet you do, but it's solved nothing. It has caused nothing but more heartache between these parents that should be on a united front.
Chris, hear me?
yes, you can.
Can you, well, you can't throw us in a back room so we can talk real quick.
I would.
Isn't that exactly what I suggested? That this stream should have been ended and gone private so these parents can talk in private together? That's exactly what I recommended. It should have never been done publicly, especially if you're going to coddle one. It's not right. None of this is right. None of this is fair to Sebastian, to Katie, to Chris, hell, even to Seth. None of it. But Seth is loving it. Okay, sorry about that. My son was talking to me.
Wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off and you can call him. You want to do that?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
I'm very grateful that Web Sleuths offered that. I'm very grateful that she just said that because that's the way it should have been.
Chris, listen, you may not like my opinion, but when we got rumors out there, if you and I squash these rumors, then they stop being rumors and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox with crap. Which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody. Lord knows there's still going to be stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
My report is
The
real
only thing I
simple, Seth.
want is to find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly. Because right here, we can end rumors.
Absolutely, Darcy. Absolutely.
So people know when I told them to fuck off, if they didn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick.
Yeah, put him in his place, please, Chris, because this is such gaslighting. It really is. It's not right. This is wrong.
You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for
I'm not
later.
here to swing much.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
You can't talk to a fucking log. He's just not listening to him. You have caused a lot of harm to this man, Seth. Listen to him. You guys used to get along, used to co-parent greatly. What is happening here? Why has Seth turned on them in this format?
Okay, wait, okay.
Chris,
So
Let me finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish.
Rita, with utmost respect, these people have been rude and condescending to Chris from the moment this has all started. They haven't even been given a chance to breathe. They're not allowed to come up for air. The internet has literally torn these parents to bits apart. This man is tired. He's exhausted. And the one person that should be working with him for the best interest of Sebastian has turned his back on them. All to save face publicly. And guess what? Like I said a month ago, and I'll say it again. There will come a point when these same creators will turn on Seth. They will, I promise you. At one point, they almost did because he was willing to work with the Proudfoots. How many creators went live and said, be angry about it? Seth doesn't deserve our support anymore. Many did. And when that happens, the only people Seth will have in his life will be Chris and Katie and hopefully Sebastian. How's a child? Well, because like Chris said, Chris has clearly stated, they have a key lock door that locks on its own once you open it.
You all are playing one-sided here.
no, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay,
is
Seth,
fair.
let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because
Chris has to ask to be respected. They are one-sided there. Chris do a panel with, and Seth continuously interrupts Chris with no repercussions. Right. Instead, they're like, Chris, let him speak.
you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday.
I only saw one ex-wife come forward, Pepper. Do you have something differently? Hey, Patricia, I only saw the one. And honestly, what I saw with that wife was that she was the aggressive one. She was the one that admitted that she hit him. So I'm still just a little... Seth tried to say Chris threatened him. He had to give out that info. What? No, if anything, they tried to tell him to keep that info quiet, that the public didn't need that. I didn't take that towards a threat towards Seth. The way Seth said that was, you can no longer hold this over my head. As if he was saying, I imagine Chris was trying to do everything to protect that information coming out. I don't know. Right, we know nothing. All I know is there is paperwork against Seth as well. That's all I know.
I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter.
Amen. Because he was even defending. He was defending Seth during this conversation here. I believe the PIs had a clear intention to spread misinformation on behalf of Seth to engage with Chris and get him there to confront him. It was a setup, in my opinion. Channel didn't know. Do you really think so? Could be. Could have been. I wouldn't have been surprised. Chris and Kay have told multiple versions of what happened at night. I disagree. I don't feel like there was multiple versions at all. I feel like what people are taken as multiple versions are the multiple questions he's being asked. And Chris is a very direct person. He answers the way it is asked. I don't think that means he's lying.
A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said.
Amen.
Accept it.
Accept
I'll
it.
show you the videos.
There's
You don't need to
nothing.
show me this.
There's nothing I hate more than people that don't take accountability. And I really feel like that is because I don't know. Because Seth knows that he has a lot of people that are pro Seth and boo the Proudfoots, you know?
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lisa, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Trish,
So let's answer.
can we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, there's a question here in chat, and I've heard this. And Chris, this is a good one I'd like to clear up. Is it true that Chris told Seth you will find your son at church?
No.
Okay.
No.
What? Is it what? You'll find your son at church? Is that true? I mean, really? I'm not even sure how old they are, Eliza. I don't know. I do know that I know a woman that has the same amount of ex-husbands. I don't know. I don't know how old they are, though.
That's
What he stated was, if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
so. In other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying,
Yes,
Chris?
that is what the whole conversation in reference was.
I have a
Not
question for
you go to a church and you'll find it. Who's
Hold
coming
on,
with that crap?
I'm sorry, Chris, finish. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm talking because why? I understand. I see where people got that.
Right.
But that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. You know, I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, you know, basically we should all go to church.
So privately, he says to Seth, probably trying to console him, the one place we know we can find Sebastian is at church. A lot of people lean heavy into their faith when they wow. And it was probably a spiritual meaning. It was probably a to console him. And he used that private conversation, brought it public to give speculation. Once again, Seth brought something private to the public. Right. These two grown men should be able to speak privately and effectively. And even with that, though, Terry, then we get that photo that was placed out, right? Where everybody's like, oh, look at Chris. He's threatening Seth. Even though Seth's hands are in his pocket, he doesn't look threatened. But they know that's the narrative the public wants to see. It's not right.
Should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood. Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's better ways to have said it, Chris.
Okay.
There's a better way to have said it, Chris. He doesn't even take accountability for being the reason that rumor went forward. Oh my goodness. I know, and I think it's because he has a lot of drama creators in his ears. I hope he snaps out of it and realizes what he's doing. That's all. Right, I'm with you, Brantley.
And that's
For you
semantics.
to think that I don't go to church.
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not going to church or going to church. Can we go to the next question?
Sebastian?
Right, that's semantics. Oh, well, because I don't go to church? I don't think Chris gives a shit where you go.
No, it's not. Can we move to the next question?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. How about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I really appreciate it. And I do think Chris and Seth need to talk off air. Let's talk about what we do know.
Well, I agree with that, Web Sleuths. Thank you. Welcome, Jenna. Welcome. Okay, so you don't think I go to church? like that's what he's worried about right now, is whether or not Seth goes to church, not his son.
We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point.
Correct.
We know that.
I don't mean to interrupt what she's breaking down, but Brantley, while I agree with you, I do believe that the whole internet has given Seth grace, and Seth has not even given Chris grace. Seth has given, and it makes it really difficult. It does. It makes it difficult. I think he's a good man too. I think he's trying the best with what he has.
There is a possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian.
Actually, Sebastian.
I'm sorry. What did I say? I'm sorry.
You
I'm so
said
sorry.
Seth.
Seth, I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian.
I'd like to be listening.
That slip up right there, that slip up, is a perfect example of how these creators are thinking of Seth first and Sebastian second. That is the perfect example. I hope you have a great day, Maria. Let's do that again. Let's hear it again.
Possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian,
Actually, Sebastian. not
I'm sorry,
Seth.
what did I say? I'm sorry.
You
I'm so
said
sorry.
Seth.
Seth, I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian,
I'd like to be
yeah, I
missing.
understand. I hear you. Sebastian was not seen, a possibility that Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay. There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian. There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
It was actually been drained and it has been walked and searched.
Okay. So that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the, hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you two first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking. What did you
That's
say?
okay. I said, what is the next step? What is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to do?
Well, for us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in. Chloe and I are working on a report and some maps to try to give them an idea of areas that need to be searched or researched. And I think really the next big step is getting us all on the same page and working together.
If these PIs really believe, thank you so much, Jill. If these PIs really believe the next best step is to get everybody working together, which one of them, Galaxy up here, thought coming onto a panel where the chat was absolutely despicable towards the Proudfoots was going to make that happen? Do you really think joining panels like that is going to make the family get together and work together?
Mhm.
And even though this is a mess right now, I think this is a huge step in that direction.
Really?
And I'm hoping that, as I
think
said,
it's worse.
Chris had called me earlier and just right before the show started, and I messaged Chloe and was kind of talking to her about what you guys were going to talk about.
And then Chloe also called web sleuths and knew what was going to be talked about, and nobody said, hey, this is a bad idea. And I'm with you, the good Nunya. And I feel like it's really unfortunate, but I'll admit, I am harder on Seth because nobody else is. And it drives me nuts because the way they are treating Chris and Katie isn't fair. I mean, I don't know. I often lean towards the underdog, and it's sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's bad. But in this situation, I feel like all 3 parents should be treated with respect and understanding. Right. And the stepfather, right? Because don't forget, it was clearly stated stepfather. The stepfather has an alibi and passed a lie detector. Oh, I agree, Anna. Absolutely. But nobody's looking at Bio Dad. Nobody. And he's helping keeping them bad. In the bad spotlight. Thank you, Darcy. Chris says about what happened is hearsay. If he wasn't there, he can't know what happens. Not any longer, Rita, because at this point, the police would have confirmed the timelines. So he does, at this point, his information is not only coming from his wife, who I'm sure he trusts, but it's also coming from the police, the actual investigators on this case.
I wanted to, some of the things that he cleared up with me, I wanted to make sure she was aware of.
Mm-hmm.
But, reaching out to me and then reaching out to you guys on the podcast tonight, I think it's a huge step in the right direction. He's angry, but once we get past that, I think maybe we can all work together and start putting our heads together on where we need to look for Sebastian.
Thank you. Very good. Chris, what would you like to see us do? What do you think?
At this point,
I hope he says, just shut the hell up. That's what I hope he says, but I know he won't.
keep spreading the flyers, keep keeping his name out there in of good graces, not of in a negative light. Spread the words. If you know something, say something. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 3 weeks. I told Heather the same thing. There's so many tips that come in weeks later instead of the moment that they come in. When you get these tips, you call 911, you call TBI, you don't call these PIs, you don't call Seth, you don't call us, you just call the law enforcement agency. Keep spreading the flyers, spreading the word, prayers. Trust me, keep the prayer
And then don't expect a call back. Most importantly,
orders out there. We need them.
I agree. And I think, because of all of the noise, people have not been reminded to continuously search their properties And like I said before, everybody else came on here. There's a lot of really large properties in the area, and the terrain is treacherous in a lot of areas, and things get missed. So I think it's important to like center it back to the local level, first of all, because this has become national, and nationally people are giving their opinions. We need the community to come back together and search their acres and acres of property, because I believe he could be very close to home.
There you
No,
go.
That's a possibility.
I will say this much, that everything she said is exactly the same thing law enforcement's been pushing. If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to search the property. You know, please, everybody that's searching, do not. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private property without having prior permission.
Right. You can't just go on private property. Kick rocks. I believe, I mean, I'm going to be honest. They are professional. From what I understand, Chloe, they used to work with SF Investigates. He says that he, thinks that she's great for this and everything, but I've mainly seen her on panels from the moment she was hired. What's Chris really did to be frustrating? I don't know. Respond to their frustrating rumors?
Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay. He has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching, because you personally don't see him, doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop. Okay. That needs to stop right now. And Seth, what do you feel the final word should be?
I need people to keep the faith. I need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now.
And I think that's all Chris was saying when he said this to Seth, that Sebastian can be found at a church. Like, find him in faith. Keep the faith. It was the same. He was saying the same thing.
But it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian. Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost. Sebastian is what needs to be found.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's for me. You see it for me?
I am so sorry.
My son is missing. I need people to continue with the flyers, as Chris said. CBI has already stated that most of their tips do come in from flyers. I have.
Okay.
I have 100% faith that the humanity that still exists out here, that we can come together. Heads up, eyes open. See something, say something. Contact them.
Right. But a lot of the tips that they're getting are also coming from YouTube speculation that is being fed. So anyone think they should log off social media for interviews? It did no favors for Summer Wells' parents, did it? That was a little different, Patricia, but I agree. I do wish that Seth had somebody to really lean on. Thank you for the super chat.
FBI, contact TBI. Call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you think you just saw the missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it. All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just fix it. Law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing. And that's good females too. I'm not, it's just for evil to exist and continue, is good people don't do nothing.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity. On your way to work, on your way to the corner store, on your way to Walmart, you might see my son.
Absolutely
You might see him, and I need you to say something. I need you to call 911 immediately. If you're not in Sumner County, I need you to call 911. After you call 911, call TBI, so that way they know that 911 has already been called. I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other, and I don't mean.
Were people tearing Chris apart for calling direct and not calling 911? Seth takes everything he sees in chats as fact. And I also get that's because as a father who's upset, right? As a father who's seeking any answers for his son. So I understand that to an extent. Is taking their personal business and their personal conversations and bringing them forward that I think is more problematic, in my opinion. I think I can understand why as a father he gets, the stuff kind of gets to his head. But that's where these YouTubers who have done this for years and they know what their intentions are, that's where they should be coming forward and kind of guiding Seth in the right direction instead of what we see happening, which is very much not a good direction, not a helpful direction or happy or healthy for Seth. My opinion, of course, only my opinion. I hope they ask him, Shaggy. Sebastian could have left unknowingly, hid in a dangerous situation, got himself. That's what happened to the one young boy. He fell asleep. That worked? Nope. Why can't I get rid of myself now? There we go. He's a desperate father looking for answers, and these vultures, social media, have put their claws in him. Exactly. Seth is a vulnerable person due to circumstances. So do not say anything you would not say in front of Sebastian. That is what shows respect to the victim. I agree.
I mean this as a negative, but I mean this as a Facebook lead came through, and I called Lebanon, which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, geez.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I will second that with Seth. There's a lot of people out there
communicate
that don't know locally.
Right.
I think that's part of what we forget as well. I know for myself, I haven't put up any flyers, and I could. We all, with the internet, we're all in different locations. We have a much further reach. If we came together and everybody kind of printed out a flyer to make copies and go put it around your local neighborhoods, that would make a huge difference. He has, Marianne, yes men that hate the Proudfoots for their own personal reasons, right? And therefore feeding that into Seth constantly. I feel like this big change of custody in school can have triggered a teen to run away. If you would not say something in front of the missing child, do not say it to the parents of the missing child. That's fair enough. Unfortunately, some of Sebastian's personal information has been released and it can never be put back away. I know a lot of women who would call their husband first. Absolutely.
They don't communicate, and they need to. They absolutely need to.
Well, I'm not saying communicating. I'm just agreeing that he is saying that there's a lot of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know. It's not his fault. The officer before him could have been working a 16, or have even been working more than a 16, which is illegal. But we still have to have law enforcement out there.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, I just need everybody to work together. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people's time. And that's the one thing Sebastian doesn't have.
Right.
So if you've already called PBI with your information, but you think it might be a rumor because you heard it from Joe Blow down the fucking road, you're not helping find my son. You're part of the problem. People out there listening that are doing the death threats, I will see you at my door.
Right. And that's the point. You don't see them at your door. You don't. So you have no idea what this is doing to your ex-wife and the man you would co-parent with. You have no idea what they're going through. But instead, you're feeding the frenzy to go after them. Now, we may have a special guest coming up. Not too sure. We will wait and see. They probably do best to communicate with each other with the therapist. I agree. During the most vulnerable time and emotional time of his life, his child has been missing for 60 days. And he has no idea what to do. So he is doing what people tell him to do because he is legit lost. I agree with that. I never hear, did Ellie check Seth home? We never hear those questions, no. Right. And I think that's part of the problem. Hopefully he has learned since then not to. I don't know.
You want to sit there and pick on people. You're a coward. You are a coward. And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him. And I need him back.
Mm-hmm.
I need him back. Not that I want him back. It's I need. Because my life has stopped. Because
Seth.
my son is not here. And I find it hard to function.
Can you ladies get
The regular life without my son here.
I'm sorry, Chris. What did you say? Go ahead, Chris.
Seth, I know what you're doing and I understand the plea, but hang tight, man. You and I need to get off this panel. You, me, Katie, PIs need to get on a phone call.
Absolutely.
Not on here. Our message is simple. Find Sebastian, you see it, you say something, you call it in. Don't wait. Don't go down this track, man. Don't. I'm looking out for you. Don't.
Can I just say one thing? I don't want
That was solid advice. He'll be on Pascal tonight.
to ever discourage people
he really?
from reaching out with information that they think might be pertinent. Now, getting the same tip 100 times from everybody on social media, just sending the screenshot, did you see this? And we've already
Right. He once again protected him, Gray Pearl. Absolutely.
seen it 500 times. I mean, that's a little excessive, but I don't ever want people to think like, oh, this might not be important, because that might be the one tip that actually was important.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a different message to send. You know, I don't want anybody to feel discouraged. Please reach out to us. Please reach out to TBI. Do not keep anything silent because you don't think.
Is that true? Is that why they switched it? I wow. They were torn apart for that. She heard.
It's
Absolutely.
important.
And I wanted to reiterate, like I get a ton of messages. And even if I do not respond to you, that doesn't mean I haven't looked at it. And that doesn't mean I'm not looking into it.
Mm-hmm.
So please, I mean, I get them on Twitter, I get them on Facebook, I get them in my emails. If I don't respond, it's not because I'm ignoring you.
Why did both of these ladies, well, not both, why did this lady take this opportunity to make it about herself? You just heard Chris and Seth both agree that you should be contacting the police, not the PIs. So why is the PI now saying, like, okay, yeah, if I don't see your message and da da da? No, nobody should even be messaging you.
We are vetting things that we know are probably nothing,
Right.
Wow.
but we're still vetting them.
Okay.
I mean, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. You know,
Ego.
it's regardless of how everybody out there feels about me personally, regardless. Let me help everybody with something, and that this might help you understand where we're all standing. There are some folks out there that have children, and I would like for you to take a step back, and you can go look at your children. You get to look at them, you get to hold them, you get to hug them, you get to give them kisses every night, you get to say I love you, and all the fun jazz that you get to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there are 3 parents that cannot do that right now to one child. One. Regardless of how you feel about me, because I can tell you now, I'm not the most liked person in the world, and I'm
This is true.
perfectly okay to accept that. But if your heart's in the right place and you're doing this for the right reasons, it's not about me. It's not about Seth. This ain't about Katie. This is about 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, our son. And all I'm asking for y'all is to please tone everything down. Focus on the positive. Keep pushing the message out there. And trust me, when we find Sebastian, when he comes home, let the party begin. But that's all we're going to ask of y'all is please just keep spreading the word and be supportive and just keep pushing Sebastian. That's all we're going to ask.
Thank you. Seth, any final words?
No.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for coming tonight. I apologize for the rude comments in chat. Our mods were deleting them as quickly as possible. Those people disgust me. They're not welcome here. And
Thank you so much, Trish. If this had to happen publicly as it
Wow. You can hear it. You can hear it, Callie. You can hear this is a man who is speaking from the heart. Right. Now it turns to bash Chris.
did, I'm really glad it happened here.
well, and again, we'll do anything we can to help and anything we can do to facilitate the talking. We don't need to do anything publicly. We'll help any way we can privately, and we won't say a word. So anything you need, we are here. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care now.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good morning, Deets.
Is it just us?
Meaning what? Are we private behind the StreamYard? Hey, Paloma. Thank you. Thank you. Seth needs to stand his ground on YouTube and explain to stop the BS.
Is it your order?
Yes. No, we're still live. We're still live.
Okay. I was like,
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's just us.
Okay. Yeah. I don't. Yeah, we were trying to get rid of the comments in chat as quickly as possible.
I'm
And
seeing-
people, yeah, and people were saying, "Do you want me to be a mod? Do you want me to be?" I didn't have time to make anybody a mod or anything. But you know,
Well, I got, ping in and then 867-5309.
Okay, good. Because yeah, the bad comments were coming fast and furious, and it was so frustrating.
I've never seen anything so disgusting before.
I know, and it's like,
Honestly.
really?
And we've been doing this for what, 4 years now?
Yeah.
I mean, in some form or another. And
Yeah.
it's
Oh, I've
horrific.
been doing true crime social media for 20 years. I've never seen as many rude, horrible comments as I have on both.
So they're acknowledging that comments were mean and rude and horrible.
On both sides, But I do.
And we're talking about chat comments, just to clear up for everybody.
Chat, yeah, not here. But I do want to say something.
You don't think some of the panel comments were also rude and mean?
People were accusing me of favoring Seth over Chris.
You
I
were.
was, because Chris was so angry. And so accusing me of favoring Seth over Chris. I was, because Chris was so angry and so aggressive. And
you don't think he had a right to? You acknowledged that the chat was horrible towards him. I've been watching and listening. This has evolved into a very positive view for everyone who's wanting to attack the Proudfoots. Yeah. Well done, Mr. Proudfoot. He had every right to be that upset. Who wouldn't be?
And I was trying to calm him down, and I wanted to but he was just kept exploding, and that's just not going to help. I was trying to get that message across to him, and I don't know if I did,
He didn't explode again until there was an accusation against him and his parents.
So it
also,
was.
You were trying to make sure Seth got a chance to speak. That
Well,
they both
yeah.
had a chance to speak,
Also, given the circumstances, I think he handled it very well. I don't think I would have handled it as well.
And Chris had been on there longer than Seth. So anyway,
Oh, wow.
It was just, it was very frustrating. So I will admit that I was helping Seth more for two reasons. Chris was so angry and was just exploding, and I was trying to give Seth time to respond. So that's why.
Does anybody
Anyway, yeah.
Does anybody here in the chat think that Chris was exploding? Can we get a 1 if you think he was exploding? Where this is manipulating creators with it. Right, Janice? I didn't see him exploding. I mean, 1 if you don't think he was exploding. Do you think it was a very reasonable response to the way the chat and the panel was speaking about him and his wife? Absolute gaslighting. Exploding. Lots of no's because I did not say the ones correctly. Not exploding at all. Nope. I think he handled it very well given the circumstances he was thrown into. It was almost like, yeah, it was a bit weird, wasn't it? No, not exploding. Lots of ones. What more could he have done? Right, he's a straight shooter. Totally within reason. He was at points getting aggressive. Right, look at what was being thrown at him. Understandable given this. Right. All right, let's see what this is. Thank you, KCG. This was one of the more common interviews I've seen with the fine they used.
I do, Elizabeth. I feel like Chris is his own worst enemy, and I don't know how to get through to him.
What?
He's just making it worse by getting angry like that. It doesn't help, because here's the thing. You're not going to change the idiots out there that come in and say these horrible things. You're not.
Was he supposed to come on and be like, hey, everybody, first off, you addressed Seth as, hey, hon, so glad you're here. But with Chris, it was like, is this you, Chris? What was he supposed to do? What is he supposed to not act like? I mean, he's human. Do we not all have emotions? Oh, tone. Okay, that makes more sense. Hey, voices behind the shed.
Not. You're just not. And by yelling at him, calling him names, it's not going to help. It's just going to make you look like an angry person.
Who did he yell at and call names? I didn't hear him call Seth a name.
So
it's hard. But as we know, you've got to ignore those people.
And that's so hard to do.
Yeah, it's hard, but you need to. I mean,
but here's the thing. These two families, like I said, they didn't know. One day they're going along, all of a sudden they're boom in the middle of social media. And unless you've been in it, it's almost impossible to ignore these things. And you want to respond because you think, okay, if I get out there and respond and tell the truth, then everybody will see. Well, it doesn't matter because the trolls will be the trolls, And if anybody found that upsetting to listen to, you could have left at any time. And I offered to end it so these two could talk, and Chris said no.
She did offer to end it. I will give her that. I thought that was very kind. It was the right thing to do. But at that point, the damage was done. The chat was already, berating them.
Chris said no. So I tried. you know, and if they want to talk on this platform, I am more than happy to let them talk. But
Anything that can maybe help, you know?
exactly,
You know?
exactly. And again, nobody is forced to sit into this chat or into this, you know, to listen to this.
That's a
So,
fair point.
and here I am getting all defensive about people making comments about me, and I'm saying, oh, don't listen, and I'm doing.
Right. You're telling the father of a missing child whose life has been flipped upside down and the most horrific accusations have been placed on him and his wife not to acknowledge the thousands upon thousands of people that not only are saying things on social media, but privately to him, stalking him in real life, to ignore them. But you can't even ignore the fact that a few people disagree with how you handled this.
Doing just not even taking my own advice. But anyway, okay, I think that's it. I think I need a break.
Yeah.
But please, everybody, get the word out about Sebastian. We'll put links in the description where you can get the flyers and do all of that. Okay. So
And there's a petition that needs signed.
yes,
Yeah.
a petition, and there's a GoFundMe to help with search. What is Gray saying? Is he in here causing problems again? What is he saying?
Causing problems again. Is Gray in there causing problems again? Hundreds of hours on panels just bashing the Proudfoots, right? Instead of questioning why Chris has been married so many times, maybe they should ask Seth hasn't remarried. Seth isn't a saint. It's a shame that it really came down to Seth versus Chris. That's what's really sad about all of it, is that it came down to that. He went up there to clarify the misinformation that was being spoken. Now, he wasn't thrown. He's an adult. He chose to go up. He wasn't thrown, but he definitely went up because there was reason to.
I didn't see him.
Whatever he wants.
Whatever he wants.
Yep, whatever he wants.
You don't
People are getting
say.
mad at him and people are agreeing with him. So I know he's just being Gray.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay. Now, I want to
just
bring
being
up, there's a
Gray.
comment that just, Lily D, I need my blood pressure meds too. Somebody just said, Chris wants money. I've never heard that. I've never heard anything about Chris wanting money. Have you?
No, I haven't.
No.
And so I think that's a terrible thing to say. Just, here's the thing, people, your words have power. For God's sakes, remember that. You know,
As far
when
as
you,
I know, Chris works. They have
Yeah.
a house. They have these things, so they have money to pay for them. So I
Well,
don't understand what.
and
people are
the
saying.
GoFundMe
Chris hasn't gotten a penny this entire time. Why would it be that Chris wants money? That's bizarre.
is for the search. Chris,
Right.
Proudfoots have not put up a GoFundMe, you know? So, you know, just, don't say stuff like that and just act like it's no big deal. That's a horrible thing to say about somebody without proof, you know, because your words have power. Now people will read that and think, oh, well, that's true. So
Yeah.
Just
Anyway.
like the comments you were
okay,
highlighting.
poor Ping. I think he was going to go live tonight. I certainly hope he does. And thank you, Ping. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. So he's going to come on and go, you guys are not going to believe what I just saw. Oh my God. I need some normalcy here, people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Normalcy. All right. So what you guys think? Well, we know what you thought because we just sat here through it. Was Seth GoFundMe pins during stream? Seth can't access Sebastian's private info because Katie must be the primary in the custody, and Seth would have known this all along, just hiding the facts. Not so private investigator. Words have power, but she says he was beaten, not an opinion stated as fact. And that's all Chris was trying to say. Like, listen, I get that's your opinion, but state it as such, please. State it that way. That you know, this isn't a fact, but in my opinion, that was abuse. You abused Sebastian, in my opinion, or from my perspective. That's all Chris was saying. He wasn't even saying, like, you can't say it. You can't have that opinion. Just watch how you say it. That's all. Oh, it was pinned. What about the reward? A review of Gray's review? Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine what it was like. You have to wonder why Seth hasn't legally been given access to his own son's private info, and you could probably point back to the divorce docs to answer that. London girl. Who made the stepfather comment? The channel owner, the channel host. Katie was a young girl who tried to better herself. Oops, she found someone who had goals. Yeah, Gray doesn't like when I got to get right and ask for permission. Hey, Jesse. So Seth's sister set it up. Seth knocked him in the head after knowing he has something wrong with his brain. Oof. Myself, Chris brought much more light to the entire situation. He took it from speculation You know, as a PI, she should have solid answers when going on these streams. But thank goodness he went up there, because he was able to give the solid answers that she wasn't. Well, I agree, Susie. I know, Kelly. Seth asked people to stop donating to the reward fund. I know, I remember that. Every time someone talks about their opinion, that's my opinion. Real Housewives. Chris had every right to be upset, but I thought Chris treated Seth with respect and seemed like he cared about Seth. He did. He even tried, you know, he defended him, and then he was still protected Seth. I agree. Right, Lacey. Katie and Chris aren't blaming Seth. Seth is blaming them. Didn't Chris say he helped Seth get the job he has now? He helped encourage him, is what I heard. Website literally said Ellie should use her group to solve crimes. She said they should send her evidence to review. Confidentially, of course. Mm. Well, I was hoping that we may have had a special guest, but I don't think it's going to happen. He encouraged him. Right. He encouraged him. I think at one point it sounded like Seth was kind of giving up on himself, and Chris was kind of like, well, wait, your son, you know, hey, Summy. This was Web Sleuth. Web Sleuth is her name. There were witnesses from the school teacher and others of Seth putting hands on Sebastian, yet that has been ignored. But Chris admitted he whooped Sebastian with a belt. He even said never again. He said he spanked him. Cash apps aren't in his name either. Why? That's all weird. All right, let's drop this again and see. Great zero tolerance for drama or bullshit. That's why they do not like him. He started drama with me a few times, to be honest, so I don't know about that. I'm going to drop this, see if our guest's going to come. Give me 1 second for this. Sorry, what did Heel say? Marianne Thorpe, she took Uber Web Sleuths in 2005 and was talking about cold cases. I feel like cold cases are a lot different, and you know, the way they get covered. You could be a special guest. Licked him, hit him, spanked him with the belt. He's being honest all along with the belt. Right, he could have just said no, right? I mean, I don't know. I understand the issue with Chris calling him and his son. Must be a lot of scorned people, because I'm super thankful for my kid's stepmom. Listen, the more people to love your children, the better. Wouldn't you rather have a step parent that considers your child a like their own biological child than not? Sorry, let me see what this is. Like, you know what I mean? The more people to love your children, the better. I think that's something we should all hope for. I'm going to email Gray and ask him if I can review it so he doesn't get upset with me. This way he has the opportunity to say yes or no. But in the past, he wasn't very, he does fantastic, and he donates, you know, so whether people agree or not, he doesn't have to do that. Trisha runs the website for the group and Facebook. She's a longtime friend with Hughes. Okay. So if Chris was in the audience and you chatters had a way to directly chat to Chris, what would you say? If you thought Chris was watching right now and he was able to see all of your comments, what is one thing you'd want them to know? You'd want him and Katie to know. I know a lot of people cherish their stepchildren and adopted children. I've had all three and I love them, but in a different, unique way. Get offline. It takes a village. Stay off YouTube. Talk only TBI and do what they tell you to do. My stepdaughter's mother is a monster. She hates my daughters. Oh, I couldn't even imagine Loki's mom. Everyone isn't against you. My heart is with you and Katie. We support you. Stay off social media. I would tell them I'm standing with the family and praying all the time for him and the family. We support you finding Sebastian. That I'm praying for their son's safe return. I would want to apologize to them for jumping to conclusions. There you go, Darcy. Saying well, who wouldn't it be? We support you. They should be using the term our son when referring to Sebastian because it reflects a cohesive parenting group. I was taught that years ago that I need to stop saying my, because it just automatically sets a tone. So I totally get what you're saying. Can't stop an avalanche. My heart goes out to them. I'm praying for them. You got this. We have your back. Please read the messages from me. They are important, Chris. We support you. Research, take it as their own. That is why he likes us. Someone asks. I get that. And couldn't afford to be a sub to him. Don't give up hope. Do what Ali advises and continue to pray. We support you in praying. Stay off YouTube. Praying Sebastian comes home. For all three, do your research. You have every right to speak, but go to reputable channels, talk to each other, and work together. That's awesome, Dick Tim. Sebastian matters. Sue the creators. I hope you get Sebastian back and teach the internet a lesson. You have every right to feel how you feel. Absolutely. Show him support and ask what he would want people to know and ask if he could explain their experience since YouTube got involved. And also, what is he holding back about Seth? I feel he is doing the best for Sebastian. It seemed great to see a step-parent that cares. I agree. Chris and Katie, I'm sorry people have portrayed you in the light they have. I know you both want to find Sebastian. Thank you for not lowering yourselves to name calling and finger pointing. Yeah. People should be thankful that she has such a solid, strong man to lean on right now because, man, just the fact that her son's gone would be enough to break anybody. But then to have the internet villainize you as well. I appreciate Chris. He gives it to you straight. I think he's honest and direct. You never have to wonder what he's really trying to say or how he feels. Right. And isn't that better? I don't like dancing around. I can't stand when people play that like dancing around passive stuff. I hate that. Team be the bigger person. We support you and pray for your son. What Seth's involvement with Sebastian really is and why they have to almost be the adults in a relationship. I think Seth has really twisted the truth and Chris and Katie protect him. Hey, Ellie. My heart aches that Sebastian is out there without his mom. Yes, I don't like the guessing game. Give it to me straight. I'd laugh if it was Jorah back from the pub. Mocking of the last name, that is so juvenile. And these same creators would cry if it was their last names being mocked. Absolutely. Prayers for the family of Sebastian. Mrs. says February 26, 2024, Hendersonville, Tennessee, age 15. Me too, Loki's mom. And that's why I understand where he's coming from when people are like, thinking he's being an asshole or he's out of control or any of that stuff. He's not. He just doesn't have time for the crap. She did slow to chat to 5 minutes. Yeah, she did. And she was trying to get the bad comments. I've acknowledged, Heels, that to be fair to her, it was fantastic, British. She has so much fun. Wesley's is not used to a big audience, and I don't think I think any of us that got thrown into an audience of 300 people would absolutely have a hard time controlling it. My only issue was that she was definitely biased, but she admitted it at the end. At the end, she totally acknowledged that she was biased. Everyone was saying that to me, Cape, and then suddenly my cat started doing it, so I got it. Me too, Steph. I'm sorry to admit it. There's just something about him that I never really cared for. Is it fair? No. What info did the PI find on Katie? I think it's that she, in my opinion, it sounded like it leaned towards that she at one point or another had an addiction. But I also heard another rumor. I don't know. I don't think it's relevant. If whatever it was that bad, she would have never been accepted to serve our country, right? So let's keep that in mind as we're speculating about what it could be. It wasn't bad enough to stop her from serving our country. I agree, Gary. I totally agree. Yeah, that's true, Dick Tim. I was hoping to suggest them getting off the internet and talk, but I guess it didn't do a lot because Seth was right back on YouTube. You think so, Souls? You think they both sound like controlling jerks? I didn't. Obviously, I didn't see it that way, but I get why you would. I totally get why people could see it that way. I feel like he was just trying to, wow. We should stop using military service against them. I agree. They make racist comments. Native Americans, Jewish people, special needs, homophobia, transphobia. I agree, May. And he started throwing out dog whistles and used platform to express his political opinions. I stopped listening to him a long time ago. Not necessarily about serving our country. Could have been an arrangement for cooperation. What do you mean by that? I'm sorry. Arrangement for cooperation. Oh, like she got in some type of legal trouble and in order that fortunately Seth needs to go back to work instead of YouTube circuit and put up cash apps. It would keep his mind better. I agree. Because again, the people it sounds like he's in communication with are people that don't like the Proudfoots. I mean, we heard him go on a panel where Sway said, what do you think about the goofy Proudfoots? And they kept bringing it back to his personal feelings. Thank you, Soli. I'm going to wrap it up too. I do appreciate you all being here. It was something when she was 19. Chris said, what does that, right, what does it matter what happened when she was 19? What does it have to do with current time? Someone who has been pushed to his breaking point. I think he's angry. Well, that's even like us as creators, perfectly imperfect. There are times where we may think we're not that angry. And when we go live or we're on a panel and we see all these comments, we respond. We react like humans. What I heard was a man who was exhausted. That's it. A father who's exhausted. A husband who's exhausted. You guys got to remember, he still is going to work each day on top of all of this because their bills are not paid. And bills don't stop because a tragedy has hit you. I saw that, Kelly. I saw people doing that. I putting out photos of the wrong Katie. And yes, please slap the thumbs up on your way out. Let's remember, at the end of the day, this is about Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old boy who unfortunately left his house one night. Whatever way, whatever means, whatever you think, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, there is a little boy who was lost. Powers that can make them invisible because they're in the military. Did people really say that, Shaggy? That's scary. Seth can't even stay off his phone during interviews on lives. He is obsessed with the attention. I do feel like he got bit by the attention bug. That's for sure. The comment about Katie's court finding is the only comment Chris didn't press with anger. Well, because instead he said, what does it have to do with current times? Is that what they're claiming it is, New Jersey Robin? That's the problem with what that PI did. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's the problem with what the PI did. By using that as a weapon to say, hey, well, look at me, Seth. I didn't put out this information on your wife that I could have. Now you left it up for speculation. You had no business putting that out there. Hey, Grace, it's good to see you. Look what that started. Wow. Thank you, Tara. Unbelievable. That was supposed to be her, I'm a good person because I didn't put this info out. As I put this info out, that was so backhanded. And that's the stuff that Chris doesn't do. He doesn't do the backhandedness. That's it. And it was backhanded when Seth made the little under his breath remark about Chris's parents possibly having Sebastian. Alsack was highly scrutinized because he stayed off all social media. They're going to talk no matter what because these shitty YouTube channels, pathetic. I agree. She knew what she was doing. She absolutely knew what she was doing. So sketchy. I agree. It was wrong. I want 10%. Well, I was hoping that Chris was going to come up. I'm going to drop the link again and see if it's possible. I do know that there was a little bit of a stretch for time. He's a little busy. If he's able to click the link for a few minutes, that's great. If not, that is understandable. At the end of the day, I just want Chris and Katie, and as well as Seth, to know that we are here for Sebastian. I'm not against the Proudfoots. I'm annoyed with Seth, but I'm not necessarily against him. I just don't like what the internet is doing. I don't like that the internet is pinning these parents against each other. And I'm guilty of it too, because I'll admit that Seth gets on my nerves. I will admit that. But I mainly think it's because of what these YouTubers are doing. I feel awful for Chris and Katie. I'm sure they'd much rather be in their home than being at a campsite where they're also being stalked. Their trailer, their RVs being stalked. I mean, come on. Oh, I don't care, pretty eye. I feel bad for Chris and Katie. Everyone has made this 110% worse than their kids has been missing. Yep. Kim, when they met at 12, Seth told her she would be his one day. Oof. He did vouch for her on Twitter. Right. And at first I thought maybe Seth didn't realize where he was going, but he does. He knows it. And you know what cracks me up, pretty eye? The people that will clip me will be the people that, if they were still part of this channel, they'd be in this stream participating. Or it's the people that say and do well worse than anything I said throughout this stream. They did had a good co-parenting relationship. He stayed at their house for the first 3 days. They got along. They respected each other as parents. They trusted each other as parents. And now they're out here just trashing each other. Oh, come on. Right, they have pitted them against each other. I feel like there should be an organization that helps these parents to know not to turn to the internet. But I doubt it. Yeah, Brittany, I think this is your first experience with a YouTube missing case. Unfortunately, this is the way they all go. Safe return of the kids. Amen. Eliza, amen. All right, we're going to wrap it up. I appreciate you all being here today. If you haven't, please consider hitting the thumbs up. Keep your attention on what matters, which is Sebastian. That's it. If Sebastian is found with nothing to do with parents, no one will retract their statements or apologize. You know it, Scott, because we witnessed it. We witnessed it in the Kylie Rodney case. Want to speak and want to share a story. Just wish they would be mindful of who they speak to. Everyone is not for you. That's fact. Good on you. I appreciate all of you as well. Thank you. hopefully I will see you all later. I hope you all have a great Sunday. Remember, it is about Sebastian Rogers, not about Chris, not about Seth. It's not about sides. It is about Sebastian.